Cameron Brink will do anything to keep the optimum advantage to herself. Optimum Nutrition.
You begged for me to let you die, and I did not.
What is going on, everybody? Hello to the stream today. We have a lot to go over. And when I mean a lot, we have a lot to go over. Let me turn that. I guess that's okay. That's a good volume. So, as we all know, they gave us the information yesterday about college football 27. So we have an entire, let me change the title slightly. There we go. We have an entire blog to go through. And I don't know how long this might take me, but it might take me a couple of hours to get through because there's a lot. There is a lot to go through. So yeah, let's just go ahead and get right into it. We're gonna start with gameplay. Blah 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 from Saturday to Sunday. Yeah, we got all that. They're talking about AI. I want to get down to like the nitty gritty. Smarter coverage, real football answers. Okay, here we go. We got something to really talk about here. Defense alignment control. Hold on, let me take something to drink here. All right. Defensive alignment control. Quarterback depth allows you to control how far your cornerbacks align from the line of scrimmage. You can press, play tighter, or give more cushion depending on the situation. CB width lets you adjust whether corners align tighter inside or wider outside. This helps you protect against specific route threats, whether you are worried about inside breaking routes or outside leverage. Safety depth gives you more control over how deep your safeties align. You can bring them. Yeah, they had this last year. You can align them outside, inside, or tighter. Okay, so yeah, we know that the midpoint and all that. So that was in the game last year. Smart zones. Smart zones improve zone defender awareness and reaction logic. The goal here was simple. Zone defenders need to play with better football intelligence. They should understand the situation, route depth, spacing, and when their original area and when their original area is no longer has a threat. Okay. Let me see. Aggressive. Zone defenders prioritize shorter routes when threatened. This is better for taking away Quick game, but it can open up deeper windows behind them. Balance, traditional zone behavior. Defenders play their assigned zones without cheating to short or too deep. Conservative, zone defenders give more cushion, of course, because you're playing conservative. Ultra aggressive, defenders jump underneath routes hard. This is high risk, high reward. Great if you know your opponent wants quick game, but dangerous if they hit you over the top. Ultra conservative, they play even deeper, gain extra depth and carry vertical threats. This is built to keep the ball in front of you, kind of like late game situations. Late game situations, you want to keep the ball in front of you, don't get beat deep. Look for work. When a defender's zone clears out, he does not just stand there guarding grass. He starts looking for the next threat and works to help the coverage. And this is big. Like, they've been trying to tackle this, no pun intended. They've been trying to tackle this for years, actually. They've been trying to tackle this aspect for years. When your players, like, they got to their spot in their zone and they're like, okay, for work, what do I do now? What do I do now? So hopefully this works as intended. Plaster, when plays extend, defenders can attach to nearby receivers instead of staying locked to empty space. This helps against scrambling quarterbacks and broken play throws. Red zone awareness improves zone spacing near the goal line where the field shrinks and every throw gets tighter. That's interesting. Red zone awareness. Focus lets you lean deep coverage toward a specific. Oh, okay. If there is one guy that beat you, now you have a better way to account for him. Okay. Oh, that is the spotlight feature that was in NCAA 14. I know that feature. It'll basically, if you let's say receiver B or receiver X is beating you down the field. Maybe he's too faster than your corner and he keeps getting by him too easily. Then you can like spotlight or focus on that receiver, and maybe he'll get double teamed, or like he'll have somebody shade over top and underneath, something like that. Even in the zone, they'll like kind of focus over in his area. Plaster logic. This is a big one. Plaster is the organized chaos that happens after the play breaks down. In football, coverage does not stop just because the quarterback leaves the pocket. If anything, that is when coverage has to become even more disciplined. Off. Defenders stay in their assigned zones and do not lock onto receivers. Conservative. Backside zone defenders can abandon their zone and attach to the nearest receiver when the QB leaves the pocket or the timer hits. This helps prevent easy scramble drill throws without completely abandoning the structure of the defense. Aggressive. All zone defenders can lock onto the nearest receiver once Plaster triggers. This gives you the maximum man coverage once the play extends, but it also means you're giving up your zone help underneath. What would be better, aggressive or conservative? Out of pocket in time. Wait, hold on. You can also control when Plaster activates. Out of the pocket in time. Plaster triggers only when the QB leaves the pocket and the timer has expired. This is the safest option. Out of pocket, Plaster triggers as soon as QB leaves the pocket. Time. Plaster triggers after a set amount of time, even if QB is still in the pocket. I like the time. The time one sounds better, especially me when I play CPU against the CPU, and the CPU most of the time they stay in the pocket. And you can control how quickly it happens. Aggressive plaster kicks in earlier, default balance plaster timing, conservative defenders stay in zone longer before locking on. I like the aggressive one. Roll cover, man, it is cold in my place. Hold on. All right, roll coverage. Roll coverage gives you a way to learn extra coverage help towards a specific threat. Sometimes you are not just calling a coverage, you are calling a coverage with a purpose. Fastest shade help towards the offense's fastest player. Oh, that's cool. Field shade help towards the wide side of the field. Boundary towards the short side. Highest overall rated player. Okay, pass string shade help towards the side with the most receiving threats. That's it. Wow. Wow, this is very nice. This is so customizable. It's crazy. Man coverage answers. Man coverage also gets more tools this year, especially against stacks, bunches, and traffic. That matters because modern offenses are built to create free releases, rubs, picks, and matchup problems. If the offense is going to use formation structure to create space, defense needs answers to make sense. Against stack formations, combo defenders read the release and can trade us. I was thinking about that. Trade assignments. One takes the inside route, one takes the outside route. Yes, triangle. And cover 2 man, 3 defenders cover 2 stack receivers. The safety brackets the deeper threat or the route that breaks to his side. Top hat defenders switch. Defenders switch who takes the front receivers and who takes the back receiver in the stack. Okay, lock. Defenders stay locked until their original assignments with no switching. Okay, yeah, I would never, at this point in the gameplay, would never use lock now. Against bunch formations, point combo. The defender on the point receiver locks on while the other defenders read and exchange routes. Against bunch, point combo. The defender on the point receiver locks on. Okay. Point triangle. In cover 2 man, 4 defenders handle 3 bunch receivers with safety help bracketing the defeat deeper or most dangerous route. Lock. They say lock. Oh, okay, against bunch. Wow, that is a lot. This is a lot for defense. Jeez. All right, give me a second, guys. All right. Next up, match coverage checks. We added more coverage checks to help defenses handle modern offensive formations like stacks, bunch, trips, and isolated receivers. These are real football answers to real coverage problems. Keep in mind that in Madden, due to the complexity of the NFL game, we have all coverage. NFL game will have all coverage checks. College will have the basic checks and a few more options. You would see checks across cover 3, match, quarters, palms, and cover 6. Some examples. Box. Defenders each own a direction around a bunch set, such as deep outside, deep inside, flat, or short inside. Bingo! Similar to box, but gives the outside corner special rules on the number one receiver. If number one stays outside, the corner can lock onto him. If he crosses inside, the coverage falls back into its normal rules. Triangle creates a 3/2 or 4/3 structure where defenders can combo routes underneath while the safety brackets the deeper threat. Point triangle built for bunch looks with the point receiver accounted for and help layered around the other routes. Skate underneath defenders widen toward bunch or trips to take away quick throws. Skinny, more aggressive match rules where defenders can carry vertical and outside releases based on how the routes develop. There's so much. Jeez. Skinny Meg, similar to Skinny, but the backside corner locks onto the isolated receiver, giving you tighter coverage away from the bunch or trip side. Stress helps prevent breakdowns against all verticals by converting deep defenders into zone spacing instead of chasing everything. Stubby, a trip side check where the corner locks into number 1 while the nickel safety and underneath defenders share number 2 and number 3. I wonder, all of this, if you pick the coverage, does it just do it? I wonder if they just do it themselves once you pick the coverage. Solo, the backside corner locks onto the lone receiver, freeing the safety to help elsewhere. Solo cut, the safety takes short inside breaking routes from the lone receiver, freeing the corner to help away from that side. Zone it, turns off matching and lets everyone play straight zone. Would never do that anymore. Double teams and matchup tools. We also added more tools to help deal with elite offensive weapons. Double team automatically bracket a user, select the receiver. Yes. Roll coverage shifts coverage to cover selves toward a specific target. Cross man coverage returns from improved matchup handling. Improved route commit win percentage. Rewards correct defensive commitments more consistently. This affects your breaks in both man and zone. Alright, talking about playbooks there. Man, pressure show, zone pressure, multiple. 16 new defensive formations, including 3-3-5, 3 high over, 4-2-5, 3 high, 3-4 grizzly, nickel double mug looks, wide jack fronts, single mug dime packages, new tight and under fronts, and several new pressure structures built specifically to answer modern spread offenses. These are backed by a large expansion of new plays and packages designed to better handle tempo, spacing, RPOs, mobile quarterbacks, and the multiplicity we see in today's college game. We also made structural improvements across existing packages. Dollar personnel now properly uses 4 safeties and 2 cornerbacks. Ah, okay, that's interesting. CB1 alignment is now standardized to better match thank you. That was broken last year. Defensive audible is now transitioned more naturally across fronts and personnel groupings, especially in nickel structures. That last point was huge for us. Let me see. Some of the biggest plays in the passing games are won before the ball ever leaves the quarterback's hands. Let me see. They were trying to international. This year we added more route awareness to press interactions. Now the route the receiver is running helps determine where he wants to win. If he is running an outside breaking route, he wants to release outside. If he is running an inside breaking route, he would like a slant dig or post, he wants to win inside. Makes more sense. Leverage matters. If you put your defensive back in inside leverage, he has a better chance to challenge routes that want to break inside, vice versa for the outside routes. Ratings still matter, and they matter a lot. We're not trying to create a world where a low-tier DB can line up inside and always erasing an elite receiver on a slant just because you picked the right leverage. That's good to know. Jostling. Short yardage gameplay. Is this all Madden here? Yeah, they talked about the QB sneak meter. The short yardage was not the only area where we wanted the box to feel smarter. We also added more control to the run game, protection game, and defensive front behavior. ID Mike has been updated for the run game, giving you more control over how blockers identify threats, align pullers, and adjust targeting rules based on the run scheme. If there is a user defender that you are worried about, or a specific threat you need the blocking scheme to account for, you now have more tools to key on that player. We also added an option to allow the defenders to leave the user alert defender untargeted by default. Either through coaching adjustments or on the field through the protection menu. That gives players more control over how they want their protection and blocking rules to behave. Okay. New gap integrity on coaching adjustments on defense. Conservative tells the defenders to shed towards their assigned gap and maintain structure. You may give up fewer explosive runs, but you're also less likely to get those big splash plays outside of your assignment. Aggressive gives defenders more freedom to shed in any direction and try to make a play. That can create big wins. If you guess wrong or lose structure, you can open up major run lanes. Oh, we also added defensive aggression, which controls how fast and aggressively your defense plays against the run. Conservative has linebackers slow play the run, stay more prepared for play action, preserve stamina, and avoid some of the risk that comes with aggressive mechanics. Okay. Aggressive tells the defenders to play fast downhill. They will attack harder, use more aggressive mechanics, and have a higher chance at big wins, but they can also give up bigger mistakes, bite harder on play action, commit more penalties, and tire out faster. Man, the strategy right now. On the protection side, we added a new chip block mechanic to give users more pass blocking customization. You can now ask a tight end or halfback to chip a defender on the way out into a route. Any route can be assigned a chip, and if that defender is in the blocker's path, he will try to slow him down before releasing. Depending on the win-loss outcome, the chip can knock the defender off his rush path, or it can distort the blocker's route. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Is this talking about coaching AI here? Something different. I wonder, will the CPU be using stunts? Shell stunts pressure to the coach adaptation has gone to another. They look at tendencies, they track what is working, they react to what you are doing over the course of the game. Nice. If an offense is repeatedly attacking underneath, defenses can respond with more aggressive zone behavior if offensive. Okay. I hope that's for the CPU. Yeah, I think it is. Essential game planning. And Dynasty and franchise, coaches now evaluate league rankings and broader team context when shaping strategy week to week. One of the newest additions on the Madden side is Coach Peak Replay. Don't care about that. One of the biggest long-term gameplay investments we have started making is an ML ball carrier pathing. At a high level, the goal here is simple. We wanted the AI ball carriers to run more like real players and less like scripted robots. Yeah. In previous years, AI runners could sometimes feel too rigid or too predictable. You would see moments where a human player instantly recognize the correct cutback lane, leverage advantage, or open grass, but the AI runner did not always react with the same level of instinct or vision. This is what the system is designed to improve. This year, we began training the AI ball carrier through a form of machine learning called behavior cloning. What that means is we are teaching the AI by using real examples of good user control running decisions. Interesting. As players run the ball, the system studies the game situation frame by frame. Defender positioning, blocker leverage, open lanes, field spacing, distance to the sideline, distance to the end zone, ball carrier speed and momentum, overall field context. Hot cold. This is Madden. College. Coach chat. Okay. Coach chat. If you have, no, I've never coached, but I do have a couple of national championships under my belt. If you have ever coached Why no one here? They're not going to know how to play the game. What's going on? Whoa. Hey, you know, if people want to show up, they can show up. If not, that's fine with them. You know, I mean, that's fine with me too. But nonetheless, I'm still gonna go over the entire blog from start to finish. I'm not gonna leave anything out. Anything that I see, we're gonna read it. We're gonna go over it and we're gonna talk about it. I think it's very important. The game has changed a lot. It's very important to go over all of these things. And what I'm reading so far about the gameplay, it sounds so good. So good. If you have ever coached, you have probably done this before. And if you watch college football on Saturdays, you definitely seen it. College players are not professionals yet. These are student athletes dealing with pressure, momentum swings, road environments, rivalry games, and emotional highs and lows every single week. Sometimes a young quarterback throws a bad interception and suddenly everything starts speeding up on him. Sometimes a freshman corner gives up one touchdown and you can see his confidence disappear in real time. This is a real part of college football, and it was important for us to represent that in gameplay with our confidence and composure systems. But just as importantly, we wanted to give you more agency and control in those moments instead of simply watching them play out. All right, let's take a look at this image. So we have, is this, I guess the status right here is the composure part. There's your wear and tear. The quarterback is hot. This is like a headset here. I don't know if this is part of wear and tear with the left leg or what. But how you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. This is where Coach Chat comes in. No, you're not interrupting me, man. Trust me, I enjoy talking to everybody. Yes, we are going to get to Dynasty. I just started about 30 minutes ago, and the first one is gameplay. Then we have presentation. I'm gonna skip the mascot one, and then do Dynasty, Road to Glory. We're gonna skip these. So right now we're on gameplay. We have presentation, Dynasty, and Road to Glory. I guess I can do okay, no, that's something else. But yeah, I lost my spot. Oh, we have so much to go. Coach Chat. Let's see. All right, let's go down. But yeah, you're not interrupting me, man. If you got any questions, just ask. No problem. By pressing right on the D-pad, you can open the dynamic subs. Actually, let me do this. There we go. Does that work? I think that works. You can see both. Let me see. Okay, by pressing, and actually let me zoom in too. By pressing right on the D-pad, you can open the dynamic subs menu. In the top right corner, you will see your coaching headsets. Yes, I see right here, ×2. During the game, you can use Coach Chat 3 times to settle down players who have gone cold. Simply hover over the player with the code indicator, and press triangle to talk to them. On the next possession, that player will return to a more balanced emotional state. That's pretty cool. The key is knowing when to use it. Yep. You only get 3 coach chats per game, and situations matter. A young player in a hostile road environment during a rivalry game may need it more than a veteran in a normal conference matchup. Just like in real life, part of coaching is understanding when your team needs to hear your voice the most. Home field advantage, that's Madden. Yeah, yeah, because their confidence is going to be low, and so you talk to them and like, hey, it'll be okay, and then their confidence gets back to normal. Let me see abilities. So I think this is still, yeah, this is still Madden. I think this is still. I think this is all Madden still. No, wait, hold on. This is not. Okay, so this is okay. Abilities in the hot and cold system. In college football, outside of some tuning and balancing updates, the hot and cold system works similarly to what players are already familiar with from last year. The emotional swings are bigger because these are younger players dealing with momentum, crowd pressure, rivalry games, hostile road environments, and the physical toll of wear and tear throughout the season. Okay. Coach mode, a different way to play the game. I might give coach mode a try this year. I might do 2 dynasties. I might do my regular team builder dynasty, and I might do a coach mode dynasty. Who knows? Another major example this year is allowing you to play your way is coach mode. This is a feature that should make our veteran simulation heads proud. Yes, it will. While hopefully welcoming, yep, coach mode is designed for players. Yep, When coach mode is enabled, post-snap gameplay is handled by the CPU, leaving you with the kind of control a real head coach has before the ball is snapped. That creates a completely different style of immersion. Coach mode includes a range of settings that let you shape how hands-on you want to be before the snap. Auto quarterback, auto snap, coach suggestions, pre-play cutoff, pre-play audio. Like auto quarterback and auto snap is just it's amazing. Like, oh, like for the first time, an EA football game lets you play the game how you want. I've never played an EA game with this much customization in it. Ever. One of the most interesting parts of the mode is the pre-play cutoff system, designed to reflect a real-world communication rules that govern coach to player headset communication. Oh, so if you don't get to play into your, let's say you're in coach mode and you don't call the play in time, your quarterback is not going to hear the play. Oh my gosh. Here's how it works. While communication is active, the interface remains open. At 15 seconds left on the play clock, the communication window closes. Once the cutoff hits, the pre-play menu closes as well. After that point, no further audibles or hot routes adjustments can be made. That creates my customer care. That creates a very difficult kind of pressure. You still have time to make meaningful decisions, but that time is finite. Once the window closes, your choices are locked in. We are also working on a new camera specifically designed for coach mode to reinforce the feeling of seeing football. Yeah, I saw that one where you're watching the gameplay from like the coaching booth. That's pretty cool. And one of the coolest features we added is the ability. Yeah, they're making. I'm telling you, man, they're doing. It's a lot of good things going on right now. And one of the coolest features we added is the ability to coach your quarterback before the snap. By holding RT, R2, plus the receiver icon, you can tell your quarterback who his primary read is on the play, on the RPOs. You can also coach him on whether you want him handing the ball off or throwing it. Oh, that's cool. All right, play call substitutions. Dynamic subs. Yeah, yes, a lot to talk about. We're almost done with the gameplay part, though. I say almost, and there's a lot. Dynamic subs. You can now make personnel changes directly from the play call screen, giving you faster access to the matchups and packages you want on the field before the snap. The goal here is simple. With all the systems now in play, including wear and tear, confidence, composure, and hot cold, we wanted players to be able to freely move personnel in and out of the game without constantly needing to enter the pause screen. Yeah. All right, let's bring this over. The system works similarly to dynamic subs and traditional depth chart substitutions. Under the hood, once you make a substitution, it sticks, ensuring personnel decisions remain strategic, deliberate, and impactful throughout the game. Whoops. I don't know how much I'll be using dynamic subs. I might, if I get used to it, I'll use it. Oh, wait. Where are we? Timing-based catching, more control at the catch point. And basically what the timing-based catching is, I don't know if any of you play NBA 2K, but it's pretty much like NBA 2K where you have a green window and you want to hit that green window to make the shot. Basically, this is that. If you want to make sure you're going to catch the ball, you have to click on the button when it gets into the green window. The yellow window, you may catch it, you may not catch it. It depends on if you're double teamed, depends on what the coverage is, and then red, you're not going to catch it. Pretty much, yeah. A green window, pretty much. That's pretty much sums it up. I'm not going to use it because I like to play a certain kind of way. I like to play the game in a sim kind of way. So that takes away like the player's actual like attributes or ratings. So I won't be using that. It's cool, but I won't be using it. They don't have a picture of it. They don't have a picture of it. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on. I can't find a picture of it. So this is pretty cool too. Tackling improvements and the new tackle stick. So basically when you tackle now, when you go up on the right stick, it's a hit stick. Down, it's a cut stick. But now if you go left, it's a lunge tackle. And right is a wrap tackle. I think that's pretty cool. Outside of the tackle stick itself, we also made major improvements to tackle behavior and physical interactions. I'm listening. Arm tackles now have improved wrap coverage against defenders who over pursue or under pursue angles. Directional stiff arms now allow ball carriers to influence the type of stiff arm using the left stick, including decelerates, jabs, and throw-bys. That sounds like some Derrick Henry stuff right there. That's what I'm saying. Like, the more different customizations and ways that we get to play the game, the better. It's always going to be that way. It doesn't matter what game it is. The more ways you give us to play and the more customization is always going to be the best way to go. High hit power defenders carrying momentum when now more consistently drive smaller ball carriers backwards on contact. Increased drive-through and protected ball carrier wrap coverage creates more high-impact wraps and bigger collision moments. In-air catch tackle interactions receive visual improvements, reducing unnatural pop-ups and awkward vertical movement after contact. Low and leg wrap tackles are now more appropriately favored by smaller defenders, while bigger defenders lean into tackle types that better reflect their size and strength. We don't want to get too far. We don't want to get too far about that yet. we don't want to say that yet. Formation shifts return. After the play call screen, users can now toggle formation shifts directly at the play level. From there, you can cycle through eligible formations that share the same personnel grouping as your selected play. The process is simple. Choose your base play, toggle formation shift, select an eligible formation with matching personnel, break the huddle, align in the shifted formation before the snap. You can now disguise intention sequence formations together more naturally and manipulate defensive recognitions in ways that better mirror real-life offensive coordinator tactics. What do we have next? Total pre-play control. Is this like... Okay. That's like this is something like easy play, I think. More faster, cleaner, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, let me read this again. Let's scan over this one. One of the biggest new additions to gameplay this year is a revamp of our pre-play controls and defensive adjustment systems. Okay. Over the years, features adjustment system kept getting added, but not always in the cleanest or most logical way. Last year, for example, pressing up on the D-pad gave you dynamic subs. Pressing down handled camera toggles, but then left and right more contextually controlled defensive linemen and linebackers. Some things made sense, some things did not, and over time the whole experience just became harder to navigate quickly, especially in high pressure moments. So this year, one of the major goals was to recognize and reorganize and streamline the entire experience. Now, I want to be clear about something. This is not us dumbing down football. This is not a one-button mode. And okay, yeah. The goal is the exact opposite. This also meant reorganizing the controls in a way that made far more contextual sense. Up and down on the D-pad now toggle the camera. Left on the D-pad brings up the coach vision HUD. Right on the D-pad opens up dynamic subs. And on the offensive side of the ball, Major protection controls are now unified under left trigger, giving you much faster access to the adjustments that matter most before the snap. A huge part of this that was creating hubs that layered functionality instead of constantly forcing you through multiple menus and HUDs. For example, on defense this year, holding the left trigger brings up your global coverage adjustment HUD from that single space. Hold on, you can quickly, let's take a look at it. You can quickly press or back off coverage. Let's zoom in here. Press or back off coverage. Play inside or outside leverage. Press commit inside or outside. Commit inside or outside. Adjust your smart zone strategy. That is here. Adjust deep zone focus. Clear deep zone focus. Defense, I'm gonna have a lockdown. Do you play do you only play Dynasty? What's your favorite game mode? All right, where are we? Now we get into one of the deepest strategy features this studio has ever delivered: custom adjustments. For years, there were players who knew exactly what adjustments they wanted to make, but the amount of pre-play clicks and menus just became too cumbersome and overwhelming. You knew the answer. Getting to it before the snap was a problem. That changes this year. Go to create and share into custom adjustments. Hold on. Let me bring that up. Go to create and share, enter custom adjustments, and from there, nearly every offensive and defensive tool imaginable is at your fingertips. Front, leverage, coverage behaviors, protections, pressure looks, route concepts, hot routes, and even per player adjustments can all be built into your own custom packages. Build it, name it, save it, move on to the next one. All right, see, we can create adjustments. Linebackers show blitz, cover shading over top, underneath, route commit, default inside, guess play, run left. Is this just for like a certain play, or is it a certain formation? I wonder. Online and Dynasty. So all of these adjustments that you're seeing here is going to really work out for you if you play online also. You can create up to 20 custom adjustments on offense and 20 on defense, but you can only bring 10 active adjustments into a game. So there's real game planning involved. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And once you're in the game, everything is built around speed. After the play call screen, let me bring up this here. After the play call screen, simply hold the corresponding play button and your custom adjustments appear at the top of the menu above your stunts and twists. Okay, yeah, Marco right there. And yes, stunts and twists are still there and can be layered on top of your setup as well. Nice. Once you get to the line of scrimmage, changing your look becomes even faster. Tap L1, LB, which now serves as your custom adjustments button for your both offense and defense. Hit the corresponding button and boom, your entire setup is applied instantly. Something that may have taken 15 to 20, yeah. Even if you never create a custom setup yourself, there are preset Marco adjustments. Okay. Ooh. They have one to defend the screen. Look at that. Play QB scramble. Play short routes. No deep passes. Play screen. Fake pressure. Bring the house. Play inside runs. Play outside runs. On offense, things like go vertical, slants, mesh, outs, smart routes, comebacks, double moves, and zigs. And on defense, well, they didn't name defense. Actually, yeah. QB scramble, play short routes, no deep passes, defend screen passes. And that is it for gameplay. That is it for the gameplay part. That took us just about an hour to get through that. How you guys feeling about gameplay? I like gameplay. I like the news so far. Presentation, also very important to me. Alright, blah blah blah, yeah. Authenticity, pageantry, fandom, tradition, sights and sound, storytelling, customizations, crowd themes, cameras, and team builder major expansions. All right. One thing we talked about a lot during development was that immersion is rarely about one giant feature. It comes from layers. A better camera cut, a smarter commentary line, rain that picks up throughout the game, a sideline that feels busy and energetic, crowd audio that reacts the way you expect it to. We want you to feel as if you were at Beaver Stadium with your friends and classmates celebrating the whiteout. Nobody goes to Beaver Stadium. What do you mean? I like this one right here. Rain that picks up throughout the game. That's nice. That's nice. More traditions, more mascots, more school identity. This year we expanded pageantry with additions across several areas. New traditions, mascots, light shows, drone shows, chants, more rivalry trophies, atmosphere moments that better represent the schools. Alabama at night. Let's walk through a few traditions. Oregon Duck push-ups, but in the sky. That's funny. Vanderbilt dropped the anchor. Okay. This is like doing like development and something like that. And then they show it. Boise State Skulls. Oh, that's cool. The skull right there in the bottom. Vanderbilt's guitar solo. Missouri State belt. New team last year. They got their celebration. FIU 305. That's badass. That is nice. That is pretty nice. Eastern Michigan. Okay. The Baylor line. Student sections help run the show. Blah, blah. Be sure we have added 30 plus authentic student section banners that can be seen pregame or after touchdowns. And over 30 new and revamped team chants added. Cal Bear Territory, Colorado State, Florida, Georgia. Oh, this one makes me happy because I live here in Gainesville. Thank you very much. Kennesaw State, Hootie Hoo. That's funny. New mascots. 35 new mascots. Yeah, Indiana. Indiana didn't have a mascot last year. UAB. Clemson's Howard's Rock. Oh, the main menu. Oh, this is cool. So yeah, if you pick your favorite team, your main menu is gonna be like everything with that team. That's cool. Howard's Rock right there in the corner. This is amazing. It's the details. Headsets on the coaches when they are standing on the sideline. New coach models. Over 55 schools have updated run-out pyros. 32 schools have new run-out band tunnels. The formations in which the bands stand when the players run out between them lined up. Run-out props. New crowd excitement animations. New crowd stripe bibs and Tennessee checkerboard bibs. New cheer sideline animations, team-specific custom back plates, more band formations, new stadium beauty cameras, more crowd themes added. Aha! That's funny. I don't know. I don't like these player models. Well, these people, like, he looks like, why is his mouth so black? And why is his cheek so fat? And she just looks weird. I don't know, something about her face and the way she's yelling that just looks weird. It's throwing me off right now. I don't like the way the crowd looks sometimes. Let's take a look at this screenshot. Get a job security, you're safe. You got the NIL points right there. Coach level. Finally, it shows you how much points you have for you upgrade instead of just on that other screen. Contract goals: make the national championship in the next 7 seasons. Win 80% of your home games this season. Sign a top 25 class at National Signing Day. Yeah, right? I said the same thing. Yeah, what is that face? Rivalries are different. How much so? When you are in one of those big time games, the feeling and presentation you experience should acknowledge it more acknowledge it. More chippy animations, commentary stories, and rival trophies added for those big games. The big issue I had last year in rivalry games is they said the same commentary every single time about like hitting the quarter, giving the quarterback unnecessary hits and getting penalties and all that stuff. They said it every single time, every rivalry game. And it was a stupid comment to make. Like, why would you just keep getting personal flags just because it's a rivalry game? It was a stupid comment. I hated it. Never miss a moment in Road to Glory. Yeah, they're not gonna make him fight. They're not gonna be allowed to do that. This ain't UFC. What are you talking about fighting? A really great improvement to Road to Glory this year is a new presentation style that allows you to watch the game from the sideline while you are waiting to get in. For example, you are the starting QB for Tennessee. Your first start in the run-out tunnel from the perspective of the player. Run out into the field, experience all of the pageantry, traditions, and fandom all around you. Once the run-out is complete, you are now on the sideline until you are put into the game. Watch your defense make the stop. You have controls where you can move the camera and zoom into the action. No more walking off the field and not knowing what's going on. If you make that big end of the game drive to get your field goal range for the win, you are now over on the sideline. Watch your kicker make the game winner and celebrate the night away. That's cool. Right? So what do? You play what did you do? Play linebacker last season? I think that was the only thing on defense you could play. Oh no, cornerback too. Team upgrades. We have some brand new stadiums in the game. Is your Northwestern Gillette Stadium. Northwestern had unless they just updated the stadium, because their stadium was in the game last year. At least I think it should have been. Stadium improvements. Eastern Michigan, Missouri, Memphis, Boise State, Army, and more. Ryan Field is here. We have a treat for you, Northwestern fans. To get you ready for the season, Ryan Field will be available for you to experience before Penn State takes on Northwestern in October. Stadium breakdown. Evansville, Illinois. Oh, they have a new state. Okay. So wait. So the Northwestern Stadium that they've been playing at for how many years now was just... Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That is a beautiful stadium. And everybody, yeah, they already talked about that. Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know about the Heisman presentation ceremony. That was already leaked. But yeah, it shows the Heisman finalists. It goes through the whole presentation, and it introduces all the 4 players and all that stuff, which is pretty cool. New gear on the way. Team logos on towers, smaller shoulder pads, new roll-up jerseys and undershirts, clear reflective visors, waist-worn play call sheets, new captain patches, and more. Hanging pieces also. Alright, so the hanging mouthpieces. Oh, look at this. So this is practice mode, right? Look at the quarterback. He's wearing the green hoodie. Yeah, what about him? This is a nice, small addition, but very nice. Very nice. New broadcast package. You will see that this year, in a few different ways, new broadcast visuals, banners, and presentation. Oh yeah. I think I talked them on like in the beginning. I don't know. New broadcast visuals, banners, and presentation elements, including new player action shots and coach information, play call panels, improved story-driven overlays, including halftime, around the country, and third and fourth quarter transitions. Nice! We have a halftime show. We have third and fourth quarter transitions for scores. New pacing and framing across the game broadcast. Better support for in-game context and narrative follow-up. More visual variety in how key moments are presented. Please, halftime show and third and fourth quarter transitions. Do not give me a game update about Troy and Kent State. Give me a game update about Georgia and Auburn or something like that. You know, a game that actually matters. Unless you're talking about something in our conference. There's a new presentation there. There's another one there. A big early drive, a dynamic weather shift, a hot player, a momentum swing and rivalry game that starts to tighten up in the second half. These moments now have more support, so the game feels like it is tracking the story with you instead of just showing the next play. Yeah, it has to be smart. Drive starters that help set up storylines to watch, such as compare QBs, running backs, or even a receiver cornerback matchup, picture information panels that support commentary beats, narrative callbacks later in the game. That's cool. Halftime around the country updates and gameplay updates that help reinforce what has mattered so far. Yes, what has mattered. Tell me what has mattered. Don't give me no score about Hawaii and Nevada. Fourth quarter transition moments that bring earlier storylines back into focus. When something important happens in the first quarter, it should not vanish the moment the next drive begins. If a player is becoming the story of the game, if conditions are getting worse, or if one side has started to take control, the presentation should help carry that thread. Halftime flow has been also added to the game. Kevin Connors will provide in-game updates about big games of the day and progress or final and ones that matter to you. Thank you. Give me games that matter. Look at this matters. Ole Miss, Texas, Miami, Pittsburgh, Oklahoma, Mississippi State. Stats. Yes. We have a sideline reporter. Adding sideline reporting gave us another way to make the broadcast feel more complete and more true to the shape of a real college football telecast. It opens the door for game updates and observations that did not always fit naturally into both commentary, while also helping important development land with a little more weight. Yeah, confidence game. Yeah, show me things that matter. That includes updates tied to injuries, changing weather, player performance, game flow, and momentum. More broadcast information. Okay. A lot of commentary work this year came down to one idea. The booth should feel more aware of what kind of game you're in. That meant improving contextual awareness and creating stronger links between commentary and presentation systems around it. We wanted lines to feel more connected to the state of the game, the players involved, in stories that have already been established. You will hear that in a way the game handles context aware commentary, seasonal performance awareness, refresh team specific banter storylines, follow up reference later in the game, tighter alignment between visuals and commentary, stronger player and team storylines. Yeah, Big Noon Saturday. I'm never up that early to watch those games. Oh, and this dynamic weather. Oh my God. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me see how much more we got for presentation. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I have to reply to a text message. Hold on, guys. Yeah, we do. We have so much more to go. All right. Dynamic weather. Another big thing that I am excited about. A light rain in the first quarter can turn into a miserable fourth quarter. Snow can pile up. The field can start to look worn down. The crowd feels different. Play starts to feel different too. Those shifts are part of what makes the sport memorable. So we wanted the weather in college football 27 to feel more dynamic and more visible. Look at that. That is beautiful. The snow accumulating on the jerseys, on his, and look at that. That is on the. Look at the cleats too. Weather can now change as the game unfolds. That includes rain and snow intensifying over time, conditions evolving play by play. So the weather can change play by play. Not a lot, but noticeable. Stronger visual representation, precipitation, big words are hard. Go to school, kids. A more noticeable effect on the overall feel of the game. Gameplay effects changing as weather changes. Slips, harder to catch balls, ball security, and kicking game become more challenging. Visual impact and field wear. Weather should not exist in the background, it should leave a mark. This year's work includes dynamic rain and snow intensity, field tied to precipitation, stronger visual game impacts, enhanced player visual, uniform degradation. New field degradation works as part of our broader atmospheric goals. Like, this is nice. Look at the water popping up here. This man just got a mean stiff arm. Oh my god. Then look at his jersey. It's dirty. Pop song covers. Yeah, so this is stuff that I'm not gonna be able to play. I'm gonna have to mute all this anyways because of copyright. So sorry. This is cool too. Customize your crowds. Crowd density, crowd presence, overall stadium energy, how the game feels from different presentation angles. And for players who like to tune the presentation experience more directly, College Football 27 includes user selectable crowd themes and camera angles, giving you more control over how game day comes across the screen. If you before you hop into a game, right there, crowd pattern, wear black. That is pretty cool. Oh, another way to customize your own presentation experience is with the all-new modular cameras setting. You can make your own gameplay camera package with over 16 options. Wow! Once you change your pre-played cameras, your dropback snap camera, or into your handoff or pass in the air, now you can. And wow, that is pretty cool. That is badass. Passing cam, offense camera preset, defense camera preset, modular camera settings. This is All right, guys, we just finished presentation. That only took about 30 minutes. Gameplay took the longest. Dynasty, though, it's just about the same as gameplay. Dynasty is pretty long. It is pretty long. You guys might have to sit back and grab some coffee on this one. Who are these people? But yeah, how's everybody doing today? All right. Building on the vision. 3-year vision. All right, so this is their game. Blah blah blah. Just a lot of talking here. Okay, here we go. Athletic director expectations. Hold on. All right, so when building your program, your relationship with your athletic director, along with the expectations of the school and its fan base, plays a significant role in shaping how you approach Dynasty. We saw this recently with Ohio State. Year after year, the program consistently fielded elite teams, won at a high level, competed for Big Ten championships, produced NFL talent, and remained in the national title conversation by nearly every measurable standard. It was one of the most successful programs in the country. But there was one exception that continued to loom large: beating Michigan. Yep. In 27, we set out to capture that reality. Every dynasty now features athletic director expectations that are unique to each school. These expectations are built around a combination of school demeanor and program priorities, defining what success looks like and how your performance is evaluated over time. But it's true though. It's true. It's like, yeah, I mean, we won a national championship, but did we beat Michigan? Did we beat Michigan though? When you are considering a job, you would be able to see that school's overall expectation level, whether they view themselves as a national title contender, a bowl hopeful, or somewhere in between. You will also see their demeanor, giving you a better understanding of how that school is likely to react when things go well, and more importantly, when they do not. Yeah, they did, but you know how the fans are. They want to beat their rivalry team every year, national championship or not. Every school has 3 active goals that you are responsible for achieving. How well you perform against those goals directly impacts your job security. Passing them can strengthen your standing with the school, while facing them can put you at risk, especially at programs that are less willing to wait, like Ohio State and Michigan. As we can see here, I think you guys can see my my cursor. On the right hand side here we have, it's not a bad season. You are correct. It's not a bad season. Make the national championship in the next 7 seasons. I mean, that's really not bad. Beat Michigan by 3+ points. Be ranked in the top 5 at the end of the regular season. Now that's hard. That's a hard one. And also you see here, these are the rewards. These points here, the 900, 200, and 250, these are the NIL points that you get. That goes towards your program. Yes, safe or in a hot seat and all that stuff. Uh-huh. Every school has a defined demeanor that dictates how it responds to success and failure. Patient programs are willing to allow time for long-term development and would not overreact to a missed goal. Balanced programs provide a steadier evaluation where overall performance trends matter more than a single outcome. On the other end, places like Ohio State, you better beat Michigan. At those schools, failing at key objectives can quickly lead to a sharp drop in job security. Meeting expectations may not always provide a massive boost because to that school, you are simply doing what you were hired to do. If you take over a program that believes it should be competing for a championship right now, there's not much patience for a slow build. They expect results, and they are willing to make changes if those results do not come. What can you do with the blue things? Those are these are NIL points. They are used for scouting. They pretty much don't look at them as chips or points. Look at it as money. Because it's a part of NIL. So the more money you have, the more you can throw at players when it comes to recruiting. That creates a different feel from job to job. Taking over a patient rebuild gives you room to develop the roster, invest in facilities, and build towards long-term goals. Taking over an inpatient contender means every decision carries more pressure. You may have the resources to win quickly, but you also have less time to prove that you are the coach who can get them there. No, I wouldn't say it's like bidding. It's more of like, hey, I mean, I guess it's bidding, but you still have to. There's two systems. They'll get to it. It's coming on later. It's coming up later here. They'll explain it somewhere down here. Like they'll explain it here or somewhere. We'll get to it. Yes, the bigger school, the more money you have. Alongside demeanor, every school has a set of priorities that define what matters most to that program. Some schools are heavily focused on winning, with expectations tied to conference championships, playoff appearances, or national titles. Other prioritize recruiting, whether that means selecting elite talent, controlling their home state, or owning a specific regional pipeline. A school in Florida or California may care deeply about keeping top in-state prospects home, while another program may be focused on building a foothold on a specific recruiting territory. Like if they leave, you can try and make them stay by giving them. Yeah. Yep. A school that wants to be known for a high-flying offense may expect you to hit a specific points per game benchmark. Another may care more about defensive dominance or controlling games in a particular way. Other programs may emphasize long-term growth through facilities, program development, sustained top 25 finishes, or career win rate milestones. I wonder if this can all translate towards a team builder team. Because we all know The game the game treats team builder teams differently, and they're not necessarily like on the same wavelength as all this stuff here. If your athletic director expects you to dominate NCAA recruiting, that changes how you allocate recruiting hours and which battles you prioritize. If your school expects rivalry wins, you may need to build your season around those matchups. If your program wants an explosive offense, your scheme, staff, recruiting board, and other development decisions all start to connect back to that identity. We haven't even touched the surface of Dynasty. But yeah, how's everybody doing today? Happy Friday. We're going through the entire blog. We already went through gameplay and presentation. We are now on Dynasty. We are barely just scratching the surface. Where are we right now? Goals. Oh, no problem. I mean, this is for you guys, and this is also for me. You know, I want to learn and know all this stuff and what's new in the game. I would never go into a game blind, not knowing what's changed. I can't do it. And if you guys do like watching Dynasty content every year, well, since the game has been back, I do a Team Builder Dynasty. And I play every single game, full quarter lengths, sim style, no cheesing. So if you guys like that type of content, subscribe to the channel, and I'll be here. I'll be streaming all the time. All right, so okay, these are like coach goals, which were already in the game. Let's go next page. Yeah, these are just talking about like the goals have already been in the game. I'm trying to see what rewards you get from the goals. Not much information there. I like this. A school that starts as a bowl hopeful may be thrilled just to reach the postseason, but if you recruit well, upgrade the program, stack winning seasons, and start competing for conference titles, the expectations will rise. What was once considered a breakthrough can eventually become the baseline. Yeah, I think you get XP and stuff like that from the goals. Can't really take much from that. What's going on, William? We're feeling good about the game so far. We are feeling really, really good. How you been doing, man? You can see this across college football history. Oregon is a great example. Over the last 25 years, their perception of the program changed dramatically. What once looked like a successful season eventually became something much bigger. By 2010s, the expectation was no longer simply to have a good year. Oregon was expected to compete for conference championships, reach the national stage, and remain in the national title conversation. I'm a big Oregon fan too. Building a program is just not about reaching the top, it is about handling what comes after. As your school becomes stronger, your athletic director and fan base will expect more from you. The goals become more demanding, the pressure increases, and the definition of success changes. I think we didn't look at this one. 7-year contract. There's the goals again. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Dynasty Blueprint. Look at that snake. Dynasty Blueprint puts you in control of how your program spends its resources. Every year, your program earns Dynasty points, which function as your annual budget. You can spend these points across 3 major areas: your coaching staff, facilities, and NIL. Every school is unique, not only because of what is expected of you through AD expectations, but also because of the resources it has available and the strengths it can lean on. A program with elite tradition, national brand exposure, a strong conference standing, and one of the best home environments in the country will have a very different set of tools than a school still trying to establish itself. Some programs may have the resources to invest across staff, facilities, and NIL all at once. Others would need to be more selective, choosing where they can afford to spend and where they need to find an edge. Dynasty Blueprint brings those decisions to the forefront, turning every job into a different program building challenge. I have to sneeze. Okay. You may choose to invest heavily in your coaching staff, surrounding yourself with coordinators and support staff who can evaluate your program behind the scenes. You may pour resources into facilities, improving the long-term development of your roster and raising the standard of your program. Or you may focus on NIL, using your budget to compete for recruits and retain the players already on your roster. What do I wish that team better was in the game? What are you talking about, William? Ugh. Ooh, gotta stretch. Your blueprint is also only one part of the larger program building puzzle. Your coach abilities, coordinator abilities, my school grade, staff, facilities, recruiting strategy, roster management, and NIL approach all work together to shape the identity of your program. A strong coach can cover for weaknesses in one area. The right coordinator can give you an edge your budget alone cannot. Improved facilities can raise the development ceiling of your roster. NIL can help you close recruiting battles or keep key players from leaving. Yes, so you can throw money at players trying to leave. The best blueprints is not built in isolation, blah, 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 yeah. All right, so this is a screenshot. So we have managed staff, facilities. So we have 935 unspent, and we can delegate how much you want to put in each category. And the staff is broken down to coaching staff, support staff, 1,800 facilities, roster NIL 1,720. Nothing in recruiting though. Week 0 preseason. Dynasty points are the currency of your blueprint. Each year, your budget refreshes during the end of the season's recap stage, giving you a new pool of. Let me see what first. Yeah, Your budget refreshes during the end of the season recap stage, giving you a new pool of resources to spend on your program. The amount of Dynasty points you earn is driven by several key parts of your school identity. Key parts of your school identity, including your conference prestige, brand exposure, stadium atmosphere, and program tradition grades. Schools with stronger grades, bigger stages, and richer traditions, or in a more popular conference, they will have more points, of course. That creates a clear separation between programs while still giving every school a path to grow over time. You can also earn Dynasty points through season payouts tied to major accomplishments and postseason appearances. Winning your conference, reaching the college football playoff, winning bowl games, and capturing a national championship can all provide additional Dynasty points, representing the financial impact and program boost that comes from being selected for and succeeding in those major games. This is a lot. Certain ADs expectations can also carry Dynasty point payouts, representing your AD, rewarding you with hitting a critical program objective. If your school expects you to win a rivalry game, reach the college football playoff, control a recruiting territory, and meet another major priority, completing that goal can give you additional resources to reinvest back into the program. The contract incentives ability from the Rainmaker archetype will increase the amount of Dynasty points you receive from completed AD expectation goals. And just to throw it out there, the Rainmaker archetype is only available if you pre-order. So they have locked an archetype behind the paywall. How do you guys feel about that? Dynasty points do not roll over year to year, making your annual budget a use it or lose it resource. Your budget refreshes during end of season recap, and that refresh amount becomes the pool of your Dynasty points and points you have available for the next year. And your payouts from AD's expectations or major season's accomplishments are added during that refresh. So growing your budget over time comes from improving the my school grades and all that stuff. I don't know which one is locked behind. Oh, okay. So at the end of the season, depending on what grade you have, you get more points and it adds up. I see. Okay. Managing your blueprint throughout the year. Dynasty Blueprint is not something you manage once and forget about it. Different parts of your blueprint becomes available at different points in the Dynasty calendar, which means program management now stretches across the full year. Preseason is where you set your foundation. This is when you hire and fire support staff. And once the season begins, that group is locked in for a year. You can also purchase equipment upgrades from your facilities. Okay. During the season, your blueprint shifts towards roster building. You can continue investing in equipment while using recruiting NIL to compete for high school prospects throughout the season. Both seasons are all about the coaching carousel. Bro, my stomach hurt, bro. I hate watermelons. This is where you manage your off-season and defensive coordinators, whether you are replacing a departing or reshaping your staff for the future. Support staff changes are not available during this stage. The off-season is where the next version of your blueprint takes shape. Your budget refreshes during the end of the season recap, which is when performance bonuses from AD specialists, they get paid out. They just talked about that. That's when everything updates right here. All right. 10-minute break, everybody. 10-minute break. I'm gonna grab something to eat. Gonna take a 10-minute break. We have been reading, reacting for about 2 hours now. We'll get back into it in just a second. I need to get up, stretch, get me something to eat. So I'll be right back. All right, everybody. I'm back. Let's continue, shall we? We still have a lot to cover. Whoops. We have a lot to cover, a lot to go over. All right. Oh, excuse me. Coordinators shape what happens on the field and on the recruiting trail, while support staff keep the entire operation moving behind the scenes. In Dynasty Blueprint, coaching staff is one of the 3 major areas where you can spend Dynasty points. As a head coach, you are responsible for building out your staff, deciding how much to invest in the people around you, and determining where those resources can make the biggest impact. If you're an offensive or defensive coordinator, you would not manage support staff or hire coordinators. Those responsibilities belong to the head coach. Coordinators and support staff both matter, but they serve very different roles in your program. Okay, I thought I'd say they don't matter. Support staff are the graduate assistants, recruiting staff, fundraising teams, trainers, analysts, and key personnel who help the program operate at a high level every week. It may not be the names fans talk about on Saturday, but they are vital to the success of a great program. I had a piece of Lunchables, the pepperoni ones. Support staff can only be hired and fired during the preseason, making those decisions an important part of setting up your year. Once you advance out of the preseason, your support staff is locked in for the rest of the season. The number of, let me bring this up on the side. Hold on. The number of support staff members you can have is tied directly to your team's wow, words are hard. Team's prestige. You receive 1 support staff slot per prestige level, up to a maximum of 5. This creates another meaningful difference between programs. A powerhouse has more room to specialize across multiple areas, while a smaller school has to be more selective about which support role matters the most. That is interesting. I like that. So we see here, contract specialist, fundraising coordinator, and they all have a purpose. Contract specialist, 15% reduces NIL expectations. So if you're going after a player and he wants an NIL of 500, we're going to reduce that by 15%. So it's very, very important, especially as a 1-star program. Oh, you got beta access? Yeah, you know what? I should pre-order. But see, the thing is, Kurtz, I was gonna pre-order, but here's the dilemma I'm in. Hear me out. I want to pre-order. Oh wait, is the pre-order out on PC? Can anybody confirm? I mean, is the beta out for PC? I don't know if it's out for PC. What platforms are you playing on? Oh yeah, you can do it for PC. Yeah, it says it right here. To download EA app, to download the College Football 27 closed beta for your system, please follow these instructions below. To download EA app or Steam. Yeah, so yeah, it's out. It's out. How long is the beta out for though? Oh, wait. Oh, so it's no, it's not. It's not out for PC. Yeah. The beta is not really that important, but here's my dilemma. I am going to pre-order the game on PC, but I know that part. But the issue with pre-ordering the game on PC is the early release on PC isn't until I think the 4th or the 5th of July. I think it's the 5th. Let me see. Ow, 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 you kitty cat. Let me see. MVP bundle 3 day. Yeah. So the thing about the PC version is you only get 3 days early access. You don't get the full 7 days. So I would have to wait 4 whole days to play it on PC. So I was thinking of, and I don't want to do it, but pre-ordering it for PlayStation 5 and then doing it again for PC. But I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I don't want to spend $300 whole just to pre-order and play it a couple days early for content and then never playing it on PS5 again, you know. So it's something I'm still thinking about. Anyway, so yeah, you wish who was on Endgame? Are you talking about Marvel? But yeah, support staff. If you're a 1-star team, you can only have one. But you know, this guy here, he's a 3-star, so he gets 3 slots to choose from. And 250 dynasty points increase. So it is very important. To get your stars up for your team. His contract is for 2 years. All right. Moving on. Your offensive and defensive coordinators bring their own abilities, strength, and developmental paths to your program, and the right hire can change the direction of your team. As a head coach, you can fire your coordinators during conference championship week, then hire replacements during bowl season through the coaching carousel. Your coordinators may also leave for new opportunities. Yeah, we all know that. Hiring coordinators, yeah. Let me see here. Oh, hiring coordinators now uses dynasty points, which we've seen that up here. Kitty cat. Your coordinators they cost dynasty points, so you can't just hire anybody. You know, if they're a good decent defensive coordinator, if you don't got enough dynasty points, you can't get them. And here it is right here. Expected value, dynasty points. So if you don't have enough, you can't get that coordinator. Oh, we have not got to Team Builder yet, but it is coming up. And this is how you make the offer to your coordinators. And you can make up to 6 offers at a time. 6 offers at a time to coordinators. As you see right here, you can offer up to 6 times. At once. All right, facilities. This is another thing that's interesting. Facilities are one of the clearest long-term investments you can make in your program. You now have direct control over your athletic facilities grade, giving you the ability to shape one of the most important parts of your school's identity. We've never had control of the athletic facilities grade. Never. I can't think of one college football game that's had that in there where we've had control of it. Kurtz, what do you like about the game so far? Proving, blah, 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 importance, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Your athletic facilities grade is built through 2 components, your facility and your equipment. Your facility is a long-term foundation of the program, setting the grade range your athletic facilities can reach in determining how many equipment slots you have available. Equipment is the flexible layer on top, allowing you to improve your grade within that range or add temporary boosts throughout the year. Facility tier. The facility is the foundation of your athletics facility grade, blah, 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 basic, competitive, premier, elite, national powerhouse. Your facility tier also determines how many equipment slots you have available. A basic facility gives you 1 equipment slot. Let's bring this over. While a national powerhouse facility gives you 5. The better your facility, the more ways you have to customize and support your program throughout the year. Let's do a full screen. All right, so upgrade facility. So this facility is an elite facility. And it has 4 slots you can choose from. And they chose the players lounge, 100 plus 150 plus 150 increased athletic facility grade. Wait, plus 150 what? Total progression. Oh, player progression. Plus 14% player progression. Okay. Welcome back. All right, what's different about this one? Oh, upgrade available. Facility upgrade and progress upgrade will be completed at the start of the next preseason. Okay. Equipment is the more flexible side of facilities. While your facility tier determines your grade range and number of slots, equipment allows you to improve your program within that structure. Equipment slots are tied to your facility tier: basic, competitive, premier. Okay, yeah. That's the slots right here, the equipment slots. Equipment can provide the following effects. We're talking about facilities. Oops. Increase your athletic facilities grade within your current facility range. Decrease your duration of equipment effects. Reduce practice wear and tear. Reduce season health usage. Reduce. Ooh, this is, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Some equipment provides longer-term benefits. For example, you can purchase equipment that improves your athletic facilities grade within your current facility, such as moving from a B- to a B+. I want to know, let me see, other equipment builder on short term. Let's take a look here. So once you have all these slots available, you can, like, they still cost dynasty points. See, they still cost dynasty points. Even though the slot is open, you open it, but you still gotta pay for it. Reduce wear and tear for 4 weeks. Reduce injury chance for 4 weeks. All right. What's going on, Mooch? So I was just talking about that. So I have a problem here, and I think I may know how to fix it. But we all know that the game is finally going to be out on PC this year. And I just recently got a new built PC that can play and handle pretty much anything. And so I'm going to pre-order the game on PC. It's just that the early access for PC is I think it's 4 days early access and not 7. So with the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox, you get 7 days early access if you pre-order the MVP bundle. With the PC, if you pre-order the MVP version, it's like 4 days or 3 days early access. So, even though I pre-order, I'm still gonna have to wait, even though the game has already been out for a few days. What I'm thinking I'm gonna do is, but the thing about getting it as a disc is, let's say I pre-ordered the disc on like Amazon or something like that, they're not gonna ship it out until like the pre-order day, and I'm still gonna have to wait for it to be delivered. But no, I have a I have a digital PlayStation, so I have not bought a physical copy of a game disc in almost 10 years. It's been that long. So what? But also, what I think I'm gonna do, Mooch and Woe, is I'm gonna pre-order the MVP bundle on PC. Also, with the let me see. Let me go back up and look. Yes, 3-day early access. And I think I get 10 hours free of EA access. So I can like milk those 10 hours for those couple of days until the game fully releases. That's the thing. Like if I do it at like GameStop, I'm still not gonna. No, that's the thing. Well, I have a the PlayStation that I have is digital only. It doesn't accept CDs. But yeah, it's all good. I'll figure it out. I'll probably milk those 10 hours on those 3 days and figure something out. Because my stupid self, I was going to pre-order the game on PC and console. But I know what I'm going to do. I'll probably just like make some videos and stream a little bit, you know. Anyways, back to the blog. I don't know. I don't have an Xbox, so I don't know like how everything works with them. That's something you probably have to like Google and look up. Ugh. NIL has completely changed the landscape of college football. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. It's just talking about NIL. Yeah. It doesn't? That's funny. That is hilarious. Every prospect and every player on your roster has an expected NIL amount. That amount is relative to your school, which means the same player may expect a different NIL amount depending on the program recruiting them or trying to retain them. Oh. For recruits, expected NIL is driven by factors like star rating, position, deal breaker, and your team prestige. 5-star prospects would generally expect more than 4 stars. Premium positions will often carry higher expectations, and lower prestige schools may need to offer more to get elite prospects to seriously consider them. So you can't be like a 1 or 2 star going after these 4-star players. Cause you ain't got the money, honey. You ain't got the money, baby. For roster players, expected NIL is driven by overall rating, positions, school year, awards won, deal breaker, team prestige, and what you have offered them in the past. A young player who develops into one of the best players on your roster will likely expect more, money hungry. A player who wins major awards will expect more, money hungry. A player who becomes one of the faces of your program will expect that to be reflected, money hungry. Brand exposure is also a major factor. Players with a brand exposure deal breaker place more importance on their NIL opportunities, which can increase what they expect from your program. That applies both in recruiting and once they are on your roster. No more just loading up on brand exposure players on your team. They cost now. They can change as a player grows, produces, and becomes more valuable to your program. They can also change based on your school. If your team's prestige drops, or if you are no longer meeting a player's deal breaker as well as you once were, their expected NIL amount can increase because the school is not satisfying what matters most to them. Ooh. That makes NIL a long-term commitment, not just a one-time recruiting tool. When you sign a prospect with NIL attached to their scholarship offer, you are establishing expectations for that player moving forward. You will need to account for that commitment annually once they join your roster, and that expectation can continue to grow over time. So that means every offseason, when your player upgrades and he gets better, that NIL is going to increase if you want to keep him, or he's going to want to transfer. And this is the recruiting right here. It does not replace scouting, my school grades, pipelines, pitches, coach abilities, or playing time, but it can supplement those areas when you need an edge. I'm edging. Who are all these people? Scouting before spending. This year, you can no longer offer scholarships during the preseason. You never could anyways. Oh, yes, you could. Could you? I don't know. The preseason now focus entirely on scouting, giving you time to identify the players who fit your program before committing dynasty points. Beginning in week 0, you can offer scholarships. When making a scholarship offer, you will see the prospect's expected NIL amount alongside your current offer. As you increase your offer above the expected amount, you will see the impact their interest. You see the impact on their interest and the weekly influence bonus you would receive. If you offer below the expected amount, their interest will drop, and you will take a weekly influence penalty. Oh. Offering below expected NIL is not always the wrong move. If your my school grades align well with the prospect, or if your coach abilities, pipelines, and other advantages are strong enough to overcome the gap, you may decide to save dynasty points and still compete for the player. Okay, so you don't always have to offer what they want, as long as the other things are strong enough to offset what you're offering. They won't be pissed off at you. You can offer up to 2 times a prospect's expected NIL amount for the largest weekly influence bonus. That can be powerful in a tight recruiting battle, but it comes with a trade-off. When you offer above the prospect's expected NIL amount, you change what they expect from your school moving forward. The new amount becomes their floor. Oh, so you don't want to just throw top tier money out there to players, because when they get better, they're gonna want more. It's almost kind of like free agency, pretty much. If a prospect expects 100 dynasty points and you offer 150, their expected NIL amount from your program becomes 150. If you later lower your offer back to 100, you would take a negative weekly influence hit because you are now below the expectation you create. Oh my gosh. So you can't really fluctuate. Oh man, that sucks. You can't play with their hearts. And here it shows here. his expected NIL is 70. You're gonna give him 100. Smiley face, he's interested. There's a little green bar right there. And the fact that I like that last name, Bacon, love it. The expectation can also carry forward once the player signs. I'm gonna go get one that gets like a code and gift cards. Oh, you're talking about the game? If you had to go well above their expected NIL amount to win the recruitment, that becomes part of what they expect from your program. Yep. As a player develops, earns a larger role, and wins awards, their expectations can continue to grow from there. So you don't want to give them a big head early on because you're going to pay for it later. The key is offering the right amount based on the situation. Offering too low can put you behind the 8 ball in a competitive battle, while offering too much can leave you overpaying for at least the next year. You can also increase the amount of influence you receive from the NIL offer with a deal breaker ability and a rainmaker archetype if you pre-order. It's going to be challenging and fun. I can see a lot of people right now putting recruiting on auto. Because they don't want to deal with it. Woo! I can see a lot of people doing that. Who are these people? Influence there. Got Brian Bacon. Scholarship offered, social media, DM the player. We got some points going towards him too. So we have the NIL, and we still have the point system that we had the last 2 years. So, we're double dipping. Like I said, it didn't replace the old scouting. It just added another layer to it. Once a scholarship has been made, you can adjust your NIL offer each week. If another school starts gaining ground, or if you need to make a late push for the top target, you can increase your offer to improve your weekly influence. If you feel comfortable with your leave, or if you need to preserve dynasty points for another part of your blueprint, you can reduce your offer and accept the potential impact. Of course, no different than the real world. Anytime you make a scholarship offer with NIL attached, the amount is immediately deducted from your available dynasty points. If the recruit commits to another school or you remove them from the board, these dynasty points are refunded. Bacon is very disappointed. I had bacon for breakfast. Transfer portal. Recruiting NIL also applies to transfers, but transfers place an even stronger emphasis on NIL. Because transfer recruiting happens in a condensed window, their motivations are already clear. You would not need to uncover their motivations the same way you do with high school prospects. Transfer, the focus is on quickly understanding what matters to them, pitching your program, blah, 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 and making the right NIL offer. To help manage your offers, the recruiting board will show you how much NIL you have offered each prospect. You can also view a full recruit NIL spreadsheet from the Dynasty Blueprint screen, showing each prospect on your board, expected NIL amount, and your current offer. Is this the National Signing Day screen? I think this is the National Signing Day screen. Not fine. Let me see. I can't tell. I think it is. Yeah, it is. It is. At the end of the recruiting cycle, the top screen will also show the Tormont NL. So what screen was this? I think this is the National Signing Day screen. And then this is like after everything. I think. I'm not for sure. But I know this is after everything. So it shows you how much each team spent in NIL. Okay. Roster. Recruiting gets players into their program. Roster NIL keeps them there. That is right. Every player on your roster has an expected NIL amount and a current NIL amount they are receiving from your program. When you take over a team, those NIL amounts are already set. You are inheriting an existing roster, an existing budget, and existing expectations from the players already in the building. Reallocating NIL. Roster NIL is managed during the end of the season. During end of season recap, at that stage, you will receive an action item to adjust NIL players on your roster. The screen defaults players to the expected NIL amount, and you can increase or decrease what you're offering each player for the next season. Increasing NIL makes a player more likely to stay. Decreasing NIL increases the chance that they leave. This is the amount you are committing for the next season, so the decision matters. Overspending on one group of players can make it harder to retain others, pursue transfers, invest in facilities, or manage the rest of your blueprint. So you got 2,800 unspent. And wow, that is a lot. That is a lot right there, Mr. Wayne Knight. But yeah, he is at a risk. He is at the risk of leaving. What's going on, King? How you doing? So all these players here, we see risk of leaving. You have to fork over some NIL money to get them to stay, because if you don't, they're gonna leave. Well, they have a risk of leaving at the end of the season. At the end of the season, they have a risk of leaving. Hold on just a second. All right, moving on. Yep, the more increasing the NIL can reduce them, the possibility of them leaving at the end of the season. During roster NIL management, the spreadsheet defaults to players at risk, because you can, just gave you that. Blueprint strategy and auto settings. You can set your blueprint strategy from Edit Coach or directly from the Dynasty Blueprint Hub. As you toggle between strategies, you will see a description of what each one is built to accomplish, along with its suggested spending allocation across each category. I think a lot of people are going to set this to auto. A lot of people are going to set that to auto. Throughout the Dynasty Blueprint screens, you will be able to compare your suggested spend percentage against your actual spend percentage in each category. If your strategy calls for a heavier investment in facilities, you can quickly see whether your current spending lines up with that plan. If your strategy emphasizes NIL, you can track how much of your budget is actually going towards recruiting and roster retention. So you're spending 13% dynasty points in staff, but it says, hey, maybe you should spend 20% instead of just 13. Yep, and then you can set it to auto. These are 3 Dynasty Blueprint auto settings: full blueprint management, auto support staff, auto facilities. CPU manages all Dynasty Blueprint spending and allocation following the blueprint strategy you have selected. Oh, this is manual. The CPU handles support staff hiring during the preseason. This only applies to support staff, not offensive defensive coordinators. The CPU manages facility spending and allocation for your program. Auto recruiting also works alongside Dynasty Blueprint. If auto recruiting is enabled, it will follow your blueprint strategy when determining how much recruiting NIL to offer prospects. That allows your recruiting approach to stay aligned with the broader program plan you have selected. Oh, okay, here it is right here. Overall budget, support staff, facility spending. Okay. Nah, I need to do everything myself. No, you're good. You're good. In 27, the recruiting flow now moves from open to top 5 to top 3 to verbal commit and finally hard commit. As part of that change, we have removed the top 8 stage, giving you more time to evaluate prospects before their recruitment starts to narrow. The biggest change comes once a recruit reaches their top 3. At that point, the next step is no longer the end of the recruitment. It is the beginning of the final hold to hold on to a commitment. Verbal commitments. Recruit generation. When a recruit verbally commits, they commit to the school currently leading their recruitment. That school has an advantage, but the other schools in the recruit's top 3 can still continue recruiting them. While the recruit is verbally committed, the committed school receives a bonus influence multiplier on its recruiting actions. That bonus is based on factors like school's pipeline strength, where the recruit is from, team's prestige, and the recruit's proximity to home. The goal for the committed school is to use that advantage to push the recruits across the next threshold to secure a hard commit. Flipping a recruit. A recruit can still be flipped before they hard commit. If another school in the top 3 passes the school the recruit verbally commits to, the recruit will decommit and the recruitment will reopen among those top 3 schools. At that point, no school receives the verbal commitment bonuses. The race is back on, and the first school to push the recruit across the hard commit threshold will lock them in. Once a recruit hard commits, their recruitment is over. They will no longer decommit or flip, and they will sign with that school on signing day, unless their deal breaker is violated prior to the signing day. If a recruit is still verbally committed when signing day arrives and has not yet reached hard commit, they will automatically hard commit and sign with the school they have verbally committed to. Cool. It's interesting. If you want a recruiting experience where verbal commitments are more secure, you can increase the verbal commitment influence bonus, making flips less likely. If you want more chaos and more late cycle movement, you can reduce that bonus or disable it entirely. Recruit flipping can also be turned off completely for leagues that prefer commitments to stay locked. Oh, you can turn that on and off. Yes, I love a game that gives us options. Give me more settings. Recruiting Generation has been updated to create more dynamic and exciting incoming classes. This year we had a new gameplay traits to the recruit generator and rebalance ratings abilities and athletic profiles across the board. And I hope faces too. You will see more players with higher end speed, stronger ratings, and access to higher tier abilities, especially among the top prospects in the class. 5-star recruits should more consistently feel like the kind of players who can make an immediate impact, whether that is a receiver who can stretch the field, a pass rusher with blah blah blah. Yep. At the very top end, you now have a chance to find a generational recruit. These players are rare, but when they appear, they should feel different from the rest of the class. They are the kind of prospects who can change the trajectory of a program if you're able to identify them with the recruiting battle, win the recruiting battle, and then get them on campus. What's going on, Beckham? How you doing? We are 3 hours in on this blog. 3 hours in. My school grades continue to define your program's identity and impact recruiting, player expectations, and roster management. In 2017, we made targeted updates to several grades to better reflect the current landscape of college football. Brand exposure now better reflects the what have you done for me lately reality of modern college football by factoring national championships and college football playoff games over a rolling 5-year window. Busy morning. Championship contender is now focused on the present rather than projecting 4 years into the future. I like that. The grade is based on your current poll ranking, current overall rating, and current blue chip ratio. If you went over, I have not got there yet, but the stuff that I told you last night, I'm excited about. Proximity to home is now calculated using latitude and longitude for each city. Ha! That's funny. Creating a more precise distance between a recruit's home and each school instead of relying on pipeline based approximations. Wear and tear. Hold on, guys. In 27, you now have full control of your players' wear and tear recovery with weekly practice plans. Each week during the season, you can decide how much each player practices, how many reps they take, and how much risk you are willing to accept in exchange for progression, wear and tear recovery, and the chance to start hot or cold in the next game. Weekly practice plans. Each week, you will be able to review your full roster and manage every player's practice plan. By default, players will be assigned to a conservative plan that prioritizes recovery and limits practice injury risk. If you want to advance the week without making changes, your team will still be managed in a safe and balanced way. But if you want more control, you can just adjust each player individually. There are 4 practice plans you can assign a player. Full practice, limited practice, no practice, week off. High intensity, you're gonna get the most XP. Limited helps minimize wear and tear and boost recovery. No practice, skips practice but remains eligible to play in that week's game. They gain no XP but recover a high amount of wear and tear. No practice injury risk, but there's a high chance they'll start cold. Week off. Oh, the player does not practice and does not play in that week's game. Wow. This provides maximum wear and tear recovery with no chance of practice injury, but the player gains no XP and will not be available for the game if one is scheduled. So imagine if you have a player who's injured, but you don't want to practice them because they might get injured in practice. I mean, you can just do no practice, I guess. As you adjust a player's plan, you will be able to see their practice injury risk and a preview of how much wear and tear they are expected to recover. Okay. The risk is driven by the player's current wear and tear, the damage they are carrying, and how hard you are asking them to practice. On the right side of the screen, you can also see their damaged areas and how the selected plan would impact their body healing in the next game. You can manage practice player by player or plan for the entire position group. Full practice, no practice, limited practice. I like this. I like this a lot. The more options, the more sim, the better. Once your plan is set, you can now commit it and simulate practice. After practice is complete, you will see the results of the week, including how much XP players gain, whether they are hot or cold heading to the next game. If anyone was injured during practice, you can increase the amount of XP gains and chances of starting hot with the practice. Yeah. How much XP, and it's also, the XP is also going to determine whether the player is a star or elite player or whatever their development trait is. Doesn't show his trait. no practice, his composure went down. Even with limited practice, the composure went down. Coaching carousel. They have completely overhauled coaching carousel. I don't know what it is, but there are so many people, they love coaching carousel. It's not really my thing, because I like to stay in one program, but a lot of people, they like, coaching carousel is important to them. But yeah, you can apply, I think you can express interest. All right, let me see. When you enter the coaching carousel, jobs are now organized into two sections: schools' interest in you and all openings. Schools' interested in you shows any open job where you are on that school's I was about to say shit list, short list of top candidates. All openings shows every other program job across the country. It gives you a clear sense of where you are already being considered, while still allowing you to pursue jobs that may not have had you near the top of their list. The biggest change is you are no longer there is no longer a concrete job offer waiting for you when you enter the carousel. Instead, you express interest in the jobs you want to pursue. You can express up to 6 jobs during the carousel. If a school has you high on its shortlist, expressing interest gives you a strong chance to land that job, but it is not a guarantee. Another coach may express interest, the school may value a different candidate more, or the board may shift as the carousel moves. Expressing interest is also a real commitment. If you express interest in the job and that school chooses you during week advance, you will automatically accept the job. There's no second decision point after the offer comes in. You put your name in, and if they call, you are going. No takebacks, no mulligans. There's also a cost to looking around. Each time you express interest, you would take a small hit to coach stability as rumors begin to circulate that you're exploring other jobs. That can have ripple effects on their recruiting trail, where uncertainty around your future can impact how players view your programs. Sometimes chasing the next opportunity is worth it. Other times staying put and continue to build may be the better move. By expressing interest in this job, you will automatically accept it if an offer is made. This is not guaranteeing an offer, and expressing interest may negatively impact your coaching abilities. Players might not like it. Hold on, guys. Coach abilities and progression. Your abilities, archetypes, coordinators, and staff all shape the kind of coach you become. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. The decision maker. We covering the coaching carousel or job. In 27, we have added 2 new exclusive coaching archetypes. One that you have to pre-order to get. While also rebalancing ability costs and archetype tuning across the board to create clearer choices and stronger trade-offs. Visionary is one of them. The first new archetype is Visionary, which is available to players who pre-order Madden. Pre-order the MVP bundle or create a school in franchise mode with gotta pre-order to get it, boys. Gotta pre-order. Visionaries focus on player development, weekly preparation, pro potential, and long-term career growth. It includes 4 exclusive abilities. Pro Pipeline increases the pro draft stock of players on your roster. Practice makes perfect, increases player progression from weekly practice. Hot Start increases the chance of players starting hot from weekly practice. Signing bonus increases the annual coach point payout you receive from the school. And what's the other one? I think the other one is, Rainmaker. Rainmaker. You gotta pre-order. It includes Deal Breaker, increases recruiting influence from NIL offers. Budget Booster increases the dynasty points earned from my school grades during the annual budget refresh. Stay Power increases Stay Power increases the impact of NIL offers when reducing a player's risk of leaving during roster NIL management. Contract Incentives increases the dynasty points earned from completed AD expectation goals. Rainmaker's down there. Be an MVP Plus member. You gotta pre-order, guys. You gotta pre-order to get the good stuff, huh? Oh yes, the abilities. Hold on just a second, guys. But yeah, Team Builder should be coming up soon. Could be coming up really soon, Beckham. So they not redid, but they revamped ability cost and all that stuff. Ability costs now scale more clearly by tier. Lower tier ability upgrades are less expensive, while higher tier upgrades require a larger investment. For example, within elite coaching archetypes like Elite Recruiter, Scheme Guru. Oh, this is still the coaching. And Master Motivator. Tier 1 abilities cost 25, while tier 4 costs 40. Okay, that's fine. We reduced the cost of kicker and punter abilities, which now cost half as much as other abilities. This gives you more flexibility to invest in special teams. We have rebalance the archetypes and the abilities within them to better define each coaching coaching path. The goal is to create clear strengths, weaknesses, and decisions between archetypes. Building your coach should not be about buying everything. It should be about choosing what matters most, understanding what you're giving up, and surrounding yourself with better staff, or blah blah blah. Coach mode. We talked about coach mode. Did we talk about? Yeah, we talked about coach mode earlier. It is probably one of the best things that they added. Coach mode is here in the game. So if you just want to pick the play and watch it play out, you can. Auto QB determines whether the quarterback is controlled by you or the CPU. Auto snap determines whether the offense snaps the ball automatically or if you manually snap it. Coach suggestions control the play calling experience and whether coach suggestions are available. Pre-play cutoff determines how long you can make pre-play adjustments before communication is cut off. The pre-play cutoff is designed to mirror the real-world communication window between a coach and quarterback. Once the play clock reaches 15 seconds, communication is cut off and your ability to make pre-play adjustments ends. Pre-play audio provides an audio cue during the pre-play window, helping you track when communication is about to be cut off. Coach perspective camera gives you an immersive sideline or coach booth view from your coach's perspective and is defaulted on. You can switch between the sideline and coach booth views by pressing up or down on the D-pad while in the sideline camera holding R2 snaps holding RT2 snaps the camera behind the line of scrimmage into a more traditional coach cam view, giving you a better look at formations and defensive alignment before returning to the sideline perspective. No, I read it, but it was in a different form. But yeah, this is just showing you, hey, you can look at it for this angle or like two other different angles, which is really good. All right, so new teams joining college football. 27, North Dakota State and Sacramento State are now available, bringing the total to 138 ways to build your dynasty. During Bowl Week 1, the Heisman ceremony will automatically open, putting the spotlight on the 4 finalists. Each finalist will walk out onto the stage and be introduced with their season stat line shown to tell the story of how they earned their seat in New York. Then the winner is announced, steps forward, and lifts the Heisman Memorial Trophy. That is cool. And we talked about dynamic weather, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We talked about it. That was in the presentation. Yep. All right. So this is pretty cool also. College football history. This is another thing that I like. In 27, we wanted to bring more of that directly into Dynasty. The goal is to make it blah, blah, blah. Season history. Within college football history, we have added a new feature called Season History. This is your year-by-year look at every new team finish. Yeah. Season history is fine. Yeah. Season history includes historical data dating back to 1869. It will display, each season displays every team's final media ranking, overall record, final conference standing, conference championships, and bowl game results. Whether you want to revisit your first conference championship, see how a rival finished 5 years ago, look back at the season that changed the direction of a program, that history is now preserved in one place. See, here it has a tab 2003 USC. They won the national championship. Well, back then it was the BCS championship. They beat Michigan, didn't they? I think so. Those two played in the Rose Bowl. Look at Iowa. Look at Washington State. Look at Miami University was top 10 in 2003. What? Is that a fake screenshot? We also have added new team historical stats spreadsheet, accessible from the stats and records tab of the Dynasty. The screen gives you a broad historical view of every program, including including all-time wins, losses, playoff appearances, playoff wins, national championship appearances, and national championship wins. Thank you. All-time wins and losses. Now, the only thing that you're missing, before I say it, let me see if it's here. We also added new historical stats for every school, including total draft picks, total weeks ranked in the top 25 of the media poll, and number of top 15. Okay, that's cool too. Together, seasons to give you more. All they need to do now is add the total. They need to add the all-time wins and losses for home games, like NCAA, NCAA 14 had it. They had toughest place to play, and they had all the teams listed, their home and away, or their home win-loss record. But this is a start. Alabama has 4 more total wins than Michigan. All right. We have updated Dynasty to reflect the latest 12-team format. The structure remains built around college football playoff rankings, automatic qualifier, first round campus games, and the path to the national championship, but the automatic qualification rules have been updated for the new season. The ACC, Big 10, Big 12, and SEC champions would now all receive automatic bids regardless of where they are ranked. The highest ranked team from the American Conference, USA, MAC, Mountain West, Pac-12, or Sun Belt will also receive an automatic bid. Notre Dame will also qualify automatically if it finishes in the top 12 of the final college football rankings. The remaining spots will be filled based on the final college football playoff rankings, and with 4 highest ranked That's always so confusing, but I get it. It's the little things. Did we cover team builders right there? Beckham, I hope you're here. It's the little things. Crowd theme selector. Before starting the game, you can now override and select an available crowd theme for that matchup with options determined by the stadium you are playing in. Skill group sub panel. The player module now includes a skill group sub panel, allowing you to quickly view a player's current skill group levels, potential, and counts by flicking the right stick left or right. Okay. I haven't seen that screen yet. Development traits in the roster. The roster spreadsheet now includes a column that displays every player's development trait on you. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Love that. Love that. Expanded player composure. New composure trigger. Okay, that's cool. New player awards. The Paul Hornung Award for the most versatile player in the college football. The most versatile player? What does that even mean? The William V. Campbell Trophy for the nation's top scholar athlete, along with how would they even give this award out? How? In the game, how would they give that award out? Along with updated logic for how award winners are determined each season. First column freezing. Dynasty mode, we love a good spreadsheet. Now, when you are looking at all of your beautiful spreadsheets with massive amounts of statistical data, words are hard, go to school. The first column would be frozen, allowing you to know what team or player each role is speaking to. Okay. It's hard to vision that. All right, team builder. Not much. Stadium builder. A lot. Team builder games. Yeah, but hey, at least we still have it. Stadium builder. Team builder introduces stadium builder, giving you the ability to build a custom home for your program. When selecting a stadium for your team builder team, you will now have two options: existing or custom. If you choose existing, you can still select from the real stadiums above from our in-game teams, along with the generic stadiums we have offered in the past. This year, we have also added additional high school stadiums, giving you even more options if you want to build a smaller program, recreate a Friday night field, or start your dynasty from the ground up. If you choose custom, you can build your own stadium using one of our 4 base stadiums. These bases range from a higher-end high school style stadium to a small and mid-sized stadiums that can fit a variety of team builder identities. Whether you are creating a high school local powerhouse or a smaller school trying to grow into something bigger, Stadium Builder gives you more flexibility to match the venue to the story you are telling. After selecting your base stadium, you can begin editing the structure around it. Available options depend on the base stadium you choose, but you can include a stadium backdrop, jumbotron, end zone building, and edge wall. Backdrops let you shape the world around your stadium with options like a city skyline or a mountain range. Jumbotron and end zone building options let you define the look of the stadium itself, while edge wall customization gives you control over details like wall type, color, logos, textures, and recoloring. You can also customize your goalposts, which is available for both existing and custom stadiums. Stadium Builder supports both H-shaped and Y-shaped goalposts, and you can adjust your goalpost color as well as goalpost pad. The pad can be recolored and customized with your own uploaded logo, giving you another way to bring your team builder identity into the stadium. As you make changes, your stadium updates in the 3D viewer on the right side of the screen. Just like uniform creation, you can move the camera, zoom in and out, and see how much each piece comes together before finalizing your design. They will ever get to the point where you can upgrade the stadium. Kurtz, are you listening to me? Can you hear me? You can. You can. Hold on just a second, guys. All right. But yeah, so stadium design, looks pretty. This is like, we've seen this before. We just have not seen the state. We have not done like the custom stuff and all that, Crowd customization. This year you can customize the crowd for your team builder stadium. Start by choosing the base colors your crowd wears and set the percentage split between these colors. We have also added custom stripe out logic, giving you control over when crowd themes automatically appear in Dynasty and Road to Glory. You can choose the type of stripe out you want, including solid color, checkerboard, vertical stripes, or horizontal stripes, then define the conditions that trigger it. These conditions can include things like night games, top 25 matchups, rivalry games, or the first conference games of the season. You can combine multiple conditions into a single trigger, and every condition in that trigger must be true for the crowd theme to activate. For example, you could create a stripe out that only appears for a night rivalry game, or one that only triggers when your team builder school hosts a top 25 conference matchup. You can create up to 5 total triggers, and if any one of those is met, the stripe out will automatically appear when you load into the game. Crowd customizations works both with custom and existing stadiums, as long as the stadium supports the stripe out type you are trying to use. Like the rest of the stadium building, you can preview your crowd layout directly in the 3D viewer, including how the stripe out appears within the shape and seating layout of the stadium. So there you go. That's how, if you like do a white out or something like that, stripe out, that's how the crowd is going to show with the team colors. And then over here to the left, when do you want this to trigger? A top 10 matchup, a night game, rivalry, conference game, You choose, or you can choose them all. You know, it's up to you. Create your, this I think is very interesting. I seen this, but I didn't really read it and get much into it. Create your soundscape. Under the stadium and field section, Team Builder now includes a full audio suite that lets you create your own gameplay soundscape. You start by selecting a trigger such as a specific moment or event in the game, then choose the audio you want to play that when that moment happens. It's kind of like when you're playing baseball and the pitcher gets 2 strikes, and then the home baseball team plays like I think the Reds have like the Star Wars or whatever, you know, the little sound bites, or like when you're like college football, you know, when the team's on 3rd down and then you hear Florida State's fight song, you know, stuff like that. So you can put that into the game. From there, you can build the soundscape on a timeline using multiple tracks, similar to music editing software. You can layer crowd chants, band rousers, sound effects, fight songs, and PA tracks together, while customizing when each sound starts, how long the delay is, and how the different pieces stack on top of one another. This gives you the ability to create a stadium environment that feels unique to your school and reacts naturally to the biggest moments of the game. Team Builder includes over 150 recorded commentary nicknames, 100 plus sound effects, 66 bound rousers, 54 chants, 11 licensed PA tracks, 7 generic fight songs. Yes, that is correct. Yes. Hold on just a second, guys. All right. Let me see. The audio system uses the same types of triggers that already exist in game, allowing your team builder to respond to moments naturally. All you need to do is choose the moment, build the audio sequence you want to hear, and bring that atmosphere into your stadium. Commentary is also supported when you choose rival schools for your team builder program. Rivalry focused commentary can speak to that matchup during the game, helping you create rivalries feel more connected to the world around you. Thank you. So here's what it looks like. on the left, you got the global audio presets, customized events. Every time you get a first down, you get a big gain, touchdown, offense on third down, like just all types of stuff here. Air horn, bell, like all this you can mismatch. These guys just put an entire editing software in Team Builder. They just put an entire editing software in Team Builder. What's the first team you're gonna use for Dynasty in it? No, I'm doing Team Builder. I'm not using an existing team. You know we always go the Team Builder route. You can now set your Team Builder schools historical records across game season and career categories, whether it's all-time career rushing yards leader, single season passing record, or the player within the most you can define. So wait a minute. Hold on. You can now set your Team Builder school historical records across game, season, and career categories, whether it is all-time career rushing yards leader, the single season passing touchdown record holder, or the player with the most rushing touchdowns in a single. You can define the history of your program with it before it even takes field. So they're saying that we can set this up. I don't know who would want to do that though, but that's interesting. I have to play around with that when I get to that point. Listen, it's about to be way more than crazy. Team Builder over here. Listen, when they say $20 is $20, I'll do anything for $20 right now. The way they got me feeling. Right now. Location, weather, and time of day. Proximity to home is now driven by latitude and longitude based on the city you select when creating your school. That means recruits will evaluate your Team Builder program based on where it is actually located rather than the school it replaces. This is big because remember, whenever you used to make your team in Team Builder, the team that you replace, you took over their weather, their atmosphere. Even though, let's say you made a team, you named the team New York Titans, but you base your team, let's say you named your team New York Titans, but the team that you took over was from Texas. Even though you're playing in New York, the weather in your games is 100 degrees. So that never made sense. So they just fixed that. I'm making my team so ass. Weather and dynamic time of day also now reflect your Team Builder school selected city. If your team is based in the Pacific Northwest, the weather and lightning would match that region. If your school is in Florida, the conditions will reflect that part of the country instead. No matter which school you replace, your creative program will now feel more connected to the place you built it to represent. So whatever city you select, that's the type of atmosphere and weather. Here you go, Kurtz. Here you go. This is it right here. Your creative school can now evolve throughout your dynasty. At the end of each season, during the off season, you will see an action item to update your team builder's team. From there, you can select which important team builder teams you want to update. This performs a full report. I don't know. Go to school. Words are hard. Of the latest version of that team from the team builder's website. That means you can now add new uniforms, improve your stadium, update your field, adjust your logos, or change your crowd stripe out logic as your program grows. Because this updates the full team builder team, make sure the website version is exactly how you want it before importing. Logos, uniforms, fields, and stadiums will now be updated to match the latest published versions of that team. I cannot tell you how many times I made a team builder team and I got through like a whole season and I'm like, oh, and I realized I messed up something on the uniform or the football field. I'm like, oh no, and I just don't want to go back and do it over again because I already finished a full freaking season. Road to Glory integration. In Road to Glory High School, you can put your team builder team in there. Yeah, you could last year, I think. And that is it for Dynasty. That is it for Dynasty. Wow, I think Dynasty just took like an hour and a half. I'm not even gonna lie. Look at all this for Dynasty. Look at all we just covered for Dynasty. I'm just gonna let that roll. We just covered all of that. I told you guys I would. I told you guys I would go through everything. Dynasty, presentation, gameplay. I done did it all. I would go through Road to Glory. Do you guys want me to go through Road to Glory, or you really don't care about Road to Glory? Actually, no, I don't have time to go through Road to Glory. Actually, it's almost 6 o'clock. But yeah, that is a blog. What do you guys think? Are you guys hyped this year? Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I am so ready. I'm going to be streaming. You guys want me to go through it? Okay. We'll go through it. Sorry, I'm on like a 20-second delay. Westside, I've never seen you in here before. Looks like you're a new viewer. We're gonna go through it for you, my guy. We're gonna go through it for you. We're gonna do it. I gotta give the people what they want. Yeah, you have to give the people what they want. If they want you to do something, gotta give the people what they want. All right. Road to Glory. Road to Glory holes. Here we go. Yep, 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 yep. Everything. Yep, uh-huh. Okay, here we go. All this is like, hey, yeah, we did this, and you know, this is our goal and our vision, and blah blah blah. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh no, road to the college football playoff. Not what we're here for. Huh? Road to glory? What do you mean? Did they get them mixed up? Hello? This is not Road to Glory. This is not Road to Glory. This is not. What did they do? Did they mess? They messed up something. Oh man, they copied and pasted college football playoff twice. Let's see what this is. They messed up, boys. They messed up. I don't know what they did, but they didn't put Road to Glory in here. Let me see if I can find something else. How did they do that? What about all features? Let's see. Road to Glory. Okay, here we go. I found it. We got it. We got it. All right, give me a second. All right, Road to Glory. Yep. Mission statement. In 27, we have expanded Road to Glory with 3 new playable positions: tight end, edge rusher, and free safety. Everybody was asking for new positions. These additions open up new ways to experience the journey from high school to the Hall of Fame and create new identities on both sides of the ball. At tight end, you can become a matchup problem in the passing game. At edge rusher, your path is built around disrupting the offense, attacking tackles, getting after the quarterback. At free safety, you can control the back of the defense, roam sideline to sideline, erase explosive plays, and create game-changing turnovers. I would love to be a safety. I would love to be a free safety. And here you go. Create your position. 27, we've expanded player customization with several gear options our community has been asking for. Players can include hanging mouthpieces, single LED sleeves, new backplates with custom team specific logos and branding, and new road jersey variations that sits lower than the original crop top style while showing off some of those rock hard abs. I can't believe I just read that. Schools can also feature unique team specific backplate details such as Notre Dame's iconic "Play like a champion" mantra integrated directly into the gear customization. The original road jersey style also remains available, alongside additional new gear options added throughout the mode. Creation is built around control, customizations, and discovery. You are not simply blah 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 blah. There are two ways to begin building your athlete. You can create your own player from the ground up, or you can start from a legend template inspired by some of college football's most iconic players. If you choose to build your own player, you'll fully customize your players from the ground up. This path gives you control over height, weight, body type, physique-driven attribute caps, and max potential allocation. This option is designed for players who want to carefully craft their own identity and shape their athlete's developmental ceiling from the very beginning. Are you guys listening? Are you not entertained? Physique customization allows you to define your athlete's physical makeup and establish the physical strength and limitations tied to your build. During this step, you will customize your height, weight, and body type. All physical options are dynamically connected based on your selected position. Your position determines the available height ranges. Your selected height then determines the available weight range. Your chosen weight range then determines which body types are available for your player. As you adjust your height, weight, and body type, you'll see real-time updates to your physique-driven attribute caps. These caps represent the physical limits tied directly to your build and define the highest range your player could potentially reach in each attribute category. Yes, it does. Different physiques come with different advantages and trade-offs. A taller or heavier player may have access to higher caps in strength, power, and physicality. A smaller or lighter player, faster, agility, and all that stuff. So yeah, here's what it looks like. Height, weight, muscular. He's a receiver, route running. It's average. Release is good though. Speed is not good. Unless he's a tight end, this is not good speed. Let me see. I think this is a tight end build. Yeah, this is a tight end build. Pass blocking, run blocking, impact. After completing your physique customizations, it is time to determine your player's max potential. This is where your build begins to come alive. Becoming alive. Max potential determines the long-term developmental ceiling of your player and determines how much of your physical potential your player can realistically achieve throughout their career. Physique and max potential work together, but they are not the same thing. Your physique determines the maximum physical limit an attribute can potentially reach based on your height, weight, and body type. Super height, that's good. For example, your physique may allow your player to potentially reach a 95 speed, but that does not mean your player will automatically become a 95 speed athlete. because you have to keep eating your Wheaties. Max potential is where you determine how much of that ceiling your player can actually achieve. If your physique allows for 95 speed, but you only allocate enough potential to reach 92 speed, then 92 becomes your true long-term cap at that attribute. This creates a layered player building system where your physique defines physical possibility while max potential defines your developmental ceiling. If you create your own custom player, every attribute begins at a base value of 25. You'll then receive a pool of max potential points to allocate across the attributes tied to your position. Every time you increase an attribute, points are consumed from that pool. Not all upgrades cost the same amount. The cost of increasing an attribute depends on the attribute itself, how important that attribute is to your position, and the current value of that attribute. Increasing an attribute from 60 to 61 is relatively inexpensive. Increasing that same attribute from 90 to 91 requires a much larger investment. Yep. As you allocate points, your athlete starts to reveal himself. You may begin building toward one type of player, then realize through your choices that you are creating something different. Maybe your quarterback starts as a pocket passer, but your investment in athleticism, improvisation, words are hard, go to school, and movement begins pushing him towards a more dynamic identity. Maybe your tight end, I'll talk about my tight end, starts as a vertical threat, but your investment in strength and blocking turns into a complete physical player. Your archetype is not manually selected. It is organically determined by your attribute allocation and updates dynamically as your build changes. You know what this sounds like? You know, Scott O'Gallagher he does gameplay and all that stuff. Sounds a lot like 2K, huh? Sounds a lot like 2K. Alright. At the top of the screen, you will see their current overall rating, current archetype, and remaining max potential points. As you adjust your attributes, your archetype recalculates in real time to reflect the type of player you are creating. On the right hand side of the screen, you'll also be able to explore the physical attributes available to your position across every archetype. Players can cycle through archetypes to view available abilities, ability tiers, attribute requirements, and ability descriptions. Do they have? Okay, they do have a screenshot here. Where are we? As attributes are adjusted, the game dynamically updates which ability requires. That's fine. Which ability requirements your player currently qualifies for. This helps you understand how each build decision impacts your long-term development path. Do I still have this in the back? I do. How do I fix? Why is that like that? Oh. No, oh, you guys couldn't see that the whole time? That's why. Damn it. That's why it looks like that. Okay. Here I think you can see that the whole time. I'll show you the screenshot in a second then. Some attributes are also linked together to maintain authentic football development and positional balance. For example, as a quarterback, increasing short throw accuracy beyond certain thresholds may also increase medium throw accuracy and deep throw accuracy if the gap between those ratings becomes too large. Yes, we went over that one already. We talked about that one already. Whenever an attribute is linked, the interface will clearly show how those ratings are connected. If raising one attribute also increases another, the link rating will highlight it. If lowering one attribute also reduces another one, it will be shown as well. Your player's max potential does not determine your starting ratings. It defines the ceiling of what your player can eventually become. Actively reaching that ceiling is the journey. Yeah, this is just like 2K, building your My Player. And the legend templates, it's just like, what do I want to build my player as? Pretty much, you know, Martellus Bennett, Rob Gronkowski, and then it gives you like a these are like starting points for these type of players. That's basically what that is. Take it from 2K again. That's what they're just doing. 2K has something like this where you have templates of basketball players. Like you have a LeBron template, and all the attributes are going to go into certain categories for a LeBron build. So this is pretty much what that is. Cap breakers, just like 2K has. Boy, oh boy, they stealing. Woo! Elite players can push beyond those limits through cap breakers. Cap breakers allow players to permanently increase an attribute cap beyond what is originally allocated during creation. This allows you to create rare one-of-one players who transcend traditional positional expectations, becoming legendary times throughout the Players can earn up to 25 total cap breakers across their career by accomplishing major performance-based milestones and elite achievements. These include winning the Heisman Trophy, becoming an All-American, winning a national championship, breaking school, conference, or national records, reaching major career statistical milestones, and completing other high-end career accomplishments. The world is at your fingertips. Once earned, cap breakers can be applied directly to your player's attribute caps. Players can apply up to 5 cap breakers to a single attribute, but the amount an attribute increases depends on how high the original max potential cap already is. A very high attribute cap, such as 95, may only increase by +1. A lower because that's what 2K does. Coming out of high school, that projection becomes part of your identity. Coaches, fans, teammates, and opponents will all have expectations of how you are supposed to become once you arrive in college. Blah 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 blah. Once you customize your character and define your max potential, your next step is selecting your mental abilities. Mental abilities are directly tied to how you manage your life as a student athlete throughout. When I played Washington or Sunset, when the Cougars came out, they got booed like a mother. I'm loving what I'm hearing so far from everybody. Throughout Road to Glory, these abilities are not just gameplay perks, they are connected to the decisions you make off the field and the way you balance your weekly agenda throughout your career. At character creation, every player selects 3 starting mental abilities. Each ability is tied directly to one of your core weekly agenda meters: academics, leadership, and brand. For each category, you'll be able to choose one mental ability associated with that specific meter. Mental abilities are grouped based on that area and most closely relate to, reinforcing the identity and lifestyle of the player you are creating. As a quarterback, the academics category is where you can equip the field general mental ability, which helps identify blitzers and cover shells before the snap. One of the most important aspects of mental abilities is that they are not always active because each mental ability is tied to one of your weekly agenda meters. You must maintain that meter at a high enough level in order for the ability to remain active during gameplay. If your academics meter falls too low, your academic-based mental ability will deactivate. If your leadership drops, your leadership-based mental ability may longer function. If your brand declines, your brand-based mental ability can also become inactive. Go to school, kids. When a ability is deactivated, you lose access to its gameplay benefits until you raise that meter back into good standing. Ooh. Your success on the field is directly connected to how you manage your life off the field. All mental abilities begin at a bronze tier and can be upgrade throughout your career by completing gameplay goals and objectives. As you continue developing your player, mental abilities can progress from bronze to silver, gold, and platinum. And those are the three slots and 4 to choose from. And this is the final screen of everything that you've done. 66 to 65, Gus Stonebreaker. Tight end, pure blocker, Scottsdale, Arizona. Pipeline, Arizona. Mentals, physicals. Top attributes, strengths, weaknesses, none. You're done creating your Road to Glory player. Your journey begins under the Friday Night Lights high school, where you start building your reputation, earning scholarship offers, and improving to schools across the country that you are blah blah blah. It's talking about team builder and all that stuff, but that's just for high school. All right, so this is what's going on. Welcome back. I think this part is the same as last year. Building your tape. Your tape score represents how schools evaluate your performances and how interested they are in recruiting you. The better your performance on the field, the more attention you'll attract from programs across the country. Structurally, high school centers around 5 games with 4 playable moments in each game. Yep, it's the same. High school is the same. It's quick and it's, you just do those moments. Contains gameplay objectives tied to your position, archetype, and situation. This year, we focus on making those objectives feel more connected to the actual football situation you are stepping into. The moment is built around needing to score. Your objectives should support that scenario. Okay. Edge rushers may be asked to execute pass rush moves like swims or bull rushes. Running backs and wide receivers may be challenged to cut, juke, blah blah blah. Breaking off a 25-yard run, throwing a 50-yard touchdown, delivering a key tackle, or creating a turnover can all help improve your tape score. Okay, we're still talking about high school. Highlight moments have returned. Previously these moments could feel like an all or nothing challenge. You either hit a difficult objective, receive a reward, you miss it, and walked away with nothing. In 27, highlight moments can include multiple objectives that scale based on what you accomplish. A school evaluating you as a quarterback might want to see you complete a 25-yard pass on the run and complete a 50-yard pass. If you only complete a 25-yard pass on the run, you can still receive credit and earn a meaningful boost with that school, even if you do not complete every objective in the moment. You'll also continue to receive credit for any bonus objectives or team impacts you hit along the way. Highlight moments remain high-value opportunities to prove something specific to a school, but they are no longer defined by pass or fail. All right, quick break. How are we doing over there, guys? How's everybody doing? We good? We're relaxed. We got our coffee. Fantastic. That's good. We doing good? All right. Give me a few minutes here and we'll continue. We're almost, I say we're almost done and we have a lot to go. Look at that tab over there. We have a lot to go. But before we continue, I just want to let everybody know, let's go New York Knicks. Let's go. Go New York, go New York, go. Plays pretty fast. Oh, I need to charge my phone. Where's my charger? All right, let's get back to it. '27 improves how recruiting information is presented throughout the process. When schools offer you a scholarship, you can more clearly view the bonuses tied to each offer across key categories such as academics, leadership, brand, fitness, coach, trust, and skill points. When viewing schools on your recruiting board or browsing new schools to add, scholarship bonuses can be viewed within a single tab. This makes it easier to compare projected depth chart positions, understand what each program is offering, and make the decision that best fits your player's future. Scholarship offers are now more meaningful throughout your career because they now pay out annually. Scholarship bonuses you earn from your school is rewarded at the end of every season. That means your signing day bonus. Your signing day decision is not only about where you want to start your college career, it is also about choosing a program that can continue supporting your development over time. At the end of each season, your school will reevaluate you and determine what scholarship bonuses they want to offer for the following year. If you are living up to the expectations, performing on the field, and taking care of business off of it, the school may reward you with a strong annual bonus. If your performance slips or your decisions create problems, the offer can change. Here's our offers, and then you can commit up here, and then here's the scholarship bonuses: academics, brand, leadership, fitness, coach, trust, skill points. Depth chart, you be number 4 because you suck, because you're it says level 50, but I think that means overall. It has to mean overall, and not, yeah, it's overall, not level. Coach impact, +4 juke. Medium route and run block. After high school and bidding your profile, it's time for signing day. You'll narrow your recruitment down to your top 3 schools before making a final decision. Sitting at the table, yep. Same thing as last year. We're in college. The school you choose determines where your college journey starts, but the expectations around your player are already taking shape before you ever step on campus. If you arrive as a 5-star recruit, the expectations are massive. You are viewed as one of the best players in the country, and your early NFL draft projection reflects that. With 32 5-star prospects and 32 first-round picks in the NFL draft, a 5-star player enters college with first-round expectations, but they're not guarantees. Your projection can rise, fall, or completely change based on how you perform, how you develop, how you manage your body, my body, and how you handle the decisions that come with life as a student athlete. You are no longer just building your tape, you're managing your draft projection, building your legacy score, and trying to become the player everyone believes you can be. Game of the week, September 5th, 2:30. It's going to be nice and sunny, no rain. Ah, look at that. Projected early third round. So even as a freshman, you're coming in and you're projected as an early third round. So in your entire football career, your entire college career, you can keep track of where you're projected to be drafted. So if you're, say like you're a junior, you want to leave early. If you're projected to go number 1, you can go ahead and leave early. Hey, ow, 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 kitty cat. Stop. Coming out of high school, your star rating helps establish your initial projection. A 5-star recruit enters college with the first round of expectations. A lower rated prospect arrive with less national attention but more room to climb. No matter where you begin, your projection is not locked in. Something you have to manage every week. Draft projection is shaped by performance on the field. We know that. Your decisions off the field, your player development, your overall rating, your position, your year in school, your legacy score. Ow, stupid cat. Come here. Ow. And your career wear and tear. Oh, your career wear and tear too. A team is not going to want to draft you if you're beat up. They're not going to want to draft you. Sorry. Anyways, if you stack big performances together, lead your team to important moments, win awards, and continue developing toward your max potential, your projection can rise. If you struggle, make poor decisions off the field, and you're dumb, or you allow yourself to be a bad body, your projection can fall. So you don't want to be out there being a bad body. Career wear and tear plays a major role in how you're evaluated. Talent matters, but so does durability. If your body has taken too much punishment over the course of your college career, pro teams may view you as a riskier prospect with a shorter window at the next level. Oh, okay. Ow, man, you really got me. Jeez. Stop biting me. I take care of you. Can't wait to get cooked by Oregon 63-7, my first team builder. Why would you play Oregon in your first game? Oh man. Who knows? I might match myself up against Miami or something. Ugh. Jeez, cat. Get down. You're killing me. Let me see. Career wear and tear plays a major role in how you are evaluated. Talent matters, but so does durability. Okay, I just read that. Move. Get down. Stop. See, this is I like streaming and recording when you're asleep. I mean, I guess, why not? That creates another layer of decision making. Chasing greatness matters, but so does managing your body. You don't want to have a bad body out there, I'm telling you. You don't want to have a bad body. The hits you take, the way you train, the way you recover, and the way you manage your workload all affect how long your career can last and how the next level views your future. Alright, tracking your career. Throughout the season, you'll be able to see a week-to-week graph that charts your projection across your college career. This line shows where you currently stand, how your projection is moving, and how key moments have impacted your path. A huge rivalry win, a breakthrough performance, or a run of dominant games can push the line upward, and then vice versa. Along the way, road to glory will save off memorable moments from your college career and plot them directly into your projection graph. These are key events that define your story, such as the school you signed with, your first career start, beating a rival, winning a Heisman Trophy, becoming academically eligible, winning a national championship, and earning major awards. Each of these moments becomes part of your record. You'll be able to look back and see the biggest highs and toughest setbacks and define decisions of your career impacted for your draft. There you go there. 5-star athlete, finish high school as a 5-star, and then you just nosedive, and then you made your way back to the top. He's a junior right now, projected as first mid-round. Achievements: won a bowl game. Okay, never mind. These are achievements that he can get. Win a bowl game. Oh wait, these are achievements he already got. Okay, so 2 straight years winning a bowl game. He won a national championship, beat a rival 3 straight years, 10 wins in one season twice. Well, he didn't have much to do with that. Legacy score represents what you are leaving behind in college football. Your legacy score is built through your performances, accomplishments, awards, championships, rivalries, records, and the decisions that define your career. It reflects the impact you are making on the sport and the mark your player is leaving behind. Yes, it does. I think. Are you telling me or asking me? I don't know. At least I did, but I forgot. How much do I have left? You see on the right side of the screen? That's how much we have left. We have all of this left. Winning big games matters. Producing in key moments matters. Becoming an award winner, an all-star, an all-American, a record breaker, a national championship all contribute to the legacy you're building. You're telling me, okay. But legacy score is not only about trophies. It's about the full shape of your career, how you handle expectations, how you responded to pressure, how you carried yourself on and off the field, how consistently you performed when your team needed you. You'll also be able to chase some of the greats of all time at your position. You can compare yourself against them and see how you stack up. This gives you a target of what you need to accomplish in order to be considered a true Hall of Famer. Oh, that's cool. I wish they had the names like on the chart instead of just up there. Onwards we go. Weekly agenda and fitness. Once you arrive on campus, a weekly list of student athlete becomes one of the most important blah blah blah. The weekly agenda remains the place where you decide to spend your time. Yep. Academics, leadership, brand health, and recovery all continue to matter. As your fitness level improves, you can increase coach happiness, progress faster, and earn temporary rating boosts to key attributes at your position. When your body is right and your routine is locked in, you give yourself a better chance to keep growing throughout the season. If you fail to stay in shape, there are consequences. Your player can begin to put on weight. Ha, fat boy. Your coach will become unhappy, your progression will slow down, and you will take rating hits to key attributes. Falling out of shape does not just hurt you for 1 week, it can create a hole you have to climb out of, costing valuable time and energy that could have been spent elsewhere. And just like in real life, getting back into shape is harder than staying in shape. If your fitness drops too low, it would take more work and energy to build yourself back up than it would have taken to maintain a consistent routine in the first place. Lay off the donuts. Stay in shape, boys. On the other side, players who commit to their fitness can push themselves into peak condition. Reaching peak condition comes with major benefits, but it is not easy to maintain. Staying in top shape requires a significant energy commitment week after week. You can chase the benefits of peak condition, but doing so means sacrificing time that could have gone towards academics, leadership, brand recovery, and other responsibilities. All them Debbie cakes. All them Debbie cakes. This is a big boy right here. It's like you done gained weight. New scenarios and dilemmas have been added throughout your college career. These moments can impact, coach happiness, your progression, academics, reputation, and some choices are simple, but every decision has a trade-off. You may find out you have an upcoming quiz. You can spend energy studying and prepare yourself, or you can decide to wing it and use that time somewhere else. If you choose to study, the quiz would be much easier because you made the investment. You give up energy that could have gone towards another part of your week, but you gave yourself a better chance to succeed in the classroom. You decide to wing it, you're taking a risk. Quizzes can pull from a wide range of subjects. If you skip studying and end up with a Spanish quiz, hola, ¿cómo está, señor chico? The quiz will actually be presented in Spanish. If you do not speak Spanish, you may have a much harder time answering correctly. The outcome is not random punishment. It is the consequence of choosing not to prepare. There is rarely one perfect answer. There are only choices, consequences, and the career you build from them of your week, but you gave yourself a better chance to succeed in the classroom. You decide to wing it, you're taking a risk. Quizzes can pull from a wide range of subjects. If you skip studying and end up with a Spanish quiz, hola, ¿cómo está, señor chico? maybe you protect your GPA but miss out on a chance to build your brand. Maybe you focus on fitness but lose time that could have gone towards leadership. Maybe you chase short-term rewards and pay for them later. Every week, career and the career you build. If you're you can't skip anything. Do your damn homework. Here's a quiz. Which direction does weather usually move in the US? Somebody please answer this question correctly. Please. Which direction does the weather move in the US? Somebody, anybody. A, B, C, or D? And just because it's highlighted doesn't mean it's the right one. I beg of you. Is that a question? What? Just tell me A, B, C, or D. Beckham said A. Beckham said B. What about you, Kurtz? B? I have to stop the music right now because I cannot believe I have 2 people in the chat right now that thinks the weather in the US goes from west to east. Oh, no, never mind. You guys are correct. Ha ha! Just kidding. I'm confusing myself. Anyways, moving on. Yes, you guys are correct. Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. It's important to stay in school. Yeah, I know. It goes from west to east. Practice. You only said B because he said B first. Get out of here with that. All right. Weekly training no longer serving as a direct path to XP. Practice becomes your primary way to earn progress when you are not producing on game day. In 27, practice has become completely overhauled and rebuilt around core football situations instead of feeling like a detached minigame practice. Practice is designed to feel like actual football work. These are the reps that teach your position, sharpen your skills, build your coach trust, and help your player continue growing throughout the season. Yeah, I know. I see. But you had a question mark though. You had a question mark, and then you said, "I would imagine." Let me see. If you're still playing, fighting for playing time, practice is where you prove yourself, earn trust, and show your coach that you deserve a bigger role. Yep, we know that. Road to Glory includes over 50 new practice drills. All right, built around team-focused situations and position-specific development. When you select the practice each week, you'll automatically load into that week's assigned drill. That drill becomes your opportunity to develop, compete, show your coach how prepared you are. Look, coach, if you want to win, put Booby in. The medal you earn will impact your XP, coach trust, and coach happiness for the week. Some practices drills are built around full team football situations. Oh, they have team drills. Different scenarios. You can be thrown into a traditional 2-minute drill. Wow. If you're on defense, your job is to keep them out of the end zone. Other drills, like Minute to Win It, where every rep is built around late game execution and pressure. Ground game focuses entirely on running the football. Red zone drills. All right, a lot more drills. And drills for your specific position. A cornerback or safety may work through a traditional one-on-one coverage drill. A tight end may focus on blocking in the open field, working angles, leverage and timing to spring a teammate loose. Right receiver, work on run after catch, 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 environments. Game day. Per play grading. In 17, we have overhauled the per play grading system to give players better feedback in the moment. Grading events and awards have been rebuilt to focus on more directly on the actions you personally take on the field. That means your feedback should feel more connected to what you actually did on a given play, rather than being overly influenced by team results or events that may not have involved your player. Hey, there we go. That sounds good. If you make the right read, execute your assignment, create pressure, finish a tackle, pick up a key block, you're gonna get good feedback. You should know why you're rewarded. And we already talked about dynamic weather. Edge rushers can use jump the snap to time the snap with the right trigger and explode off the line with an early advantage. Okay. The goal is to make every position feel more authentic to play, whether you are attacking the quarterback. Let's look at the tape. Work in the middle of the field at the tight end, roaming the back end as a safety, or making plays at any other road to glory position. So yeah, when your player comes off the field, you can skip ahead directly to your next moment through Super Sim and transition like it always been. Or if you want to stay with the action, you can let your player run to the sideline and continue watching the game unfold from there. If you come off after a third down, you can stay on the sideline to watch your kicker attempt the field goal. That's nice. Commentary built around your journey. Throughout your Road to Glory career, commentary will speak more directly to your journey, your performances, and the memorable moments that have shaped your path. As your career unfolds, the broadcast can reference key events from your past, call back major performances, and connect the moment you are currently playing to a larger story of who your player has become. Reflecting on a rivalry performance, breakout game, an award season, a championship run, or another defining moment from your career. As you earn XP through game day performance and practice, you will continue earning skill points that help move your player closer to the max potential you defined during creation. This year progression is more granular. Instead of upgrading broad skill groups, you can improve individual attributes. If you want to increase throw power from 86 to 87, you can invest directly into throw power. Vice versa, speed, strength, individual one by one. Attribute upgrade costs are not universal. They are based on how important the attribute is to that position. We talked about that already. This is the upgrade screen here. See the +1 that he just upgraded. Yeah, it talked about the threshold. Your star rating coming out of high school directly impacts how much legacy score you need to increase your max overall. A 5-star recruit enters college with higher expectations, so the world already believes that player has elite potential. Because of that, their legacy score thresholds are lower. They are expected to become great. A 2-star has a different path. They come into college with a lower projected ceiling, which means they have to do more to prove that their potential is higher than people believe. Big performances, awards, rivalry wins, championship, blah 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 blah, and that can change the perception and unlock the next stage of their ceiling. You cannot simply grind your way into becoming one of the best players in college football. You have to play like one. When you hit one of these legacy score thresholds, you'll be met with a full screen celebration showing your max overall has increased, recognizing that you have proven your potential is even higher. Cap breakers, we talked about the cap breakers already. End of season coaching meeting. At the end of each season, your career reaches a major checkpoint before you decide what comes next. You sit down with your coach for an end of season meeting. This conversation gives you a clear look at how your school views you, where they see your future, and how they believe you fit into the program moving forward. Your coach will evaluate your performance, your development, your role, your off-field decisions, your coach happiness, your leadership, and whether you are living up to the expectations placed upon you. Oh, you're in the principal's office. This is also where your annual scholarship bonus comes back into focus. Your school will reevaluate your scholarship and determine what bonuses they're willing to offer you for the next year. If you perform well, develop your player, handle your responsibilities, and remain in good standing with the program, the offer can reflect your growth. If you struggled, then it may not be what you're looking for. If you're eligible for the draft and your position is strong, your coach may encourage you to go pro. If you're standing within the program has fallen, your leadership is low, your coach happiness is poor, or your performance has not matched your potential, your coach may revoke your scholarship and encourage you to enter the transfer portal. You bastard. Brett Bielema. At the end of the season, you may decide it is time for a fresh start. Maybe you want a clearer path playing time. Maybe you just want to get out of there. Whether you choose to enter the portal yourself or a coach encourages you to move on, basically just kicking you off the team. Advancing the week reveal which schools are interested in you. You'll begin seeing scholarship offers from programs in the portal, and you'll have the opportunity to add schools to your board, compare offers, and decide which opportunity fits your future. A new school can give you a fresh start, a better role, a stronger scholarship bonus, or a new environment to continue chasing your potential. But transfer also means choosing a new path, building new relationships, and proving yourself again in a different program. You can add schools. This is almost pretty much the same screen. At least the add school part is. And then you see, hey, am I going to be first string, second? I'm going to be third string here, buddy. All right, that is it. That is it for Road to Glory. Road to Glory, damn, that was a lot. Jeez. Road to Glory had a lot of stuff. How you guys feeling about the game? How you guys feeling about Road to Glory? Just everything in general. I cannot wait to start my journey. Man, so we just spent about 4 hours going over everything. Pretty much everything they had to offer. Gameplay, presentation, Dynasty, Road to Glory. Don't care about mascots. Don't care about Ultimate Team. Don't care about Road to the College Football Playoffs. Alright guys, that is going to be it for the stream. I had a lot of fun. I cannot wait. Oh man. But before college football comes out, we're going to have some UFC 6 career mode gameplay coming out next week. I cannot wait. But yeah, I'll see you guys all next time. Have a good